My billionaire daddies are fighting. Oh, the big dogs are getting divorced. And they're going out loud, they're going out proud. It's $250 million buyer's remorse. My billionaire daddies are fighting. And I don't know how I should feel. Will the custody, a little baby JD, still roll on over to Peter Thiel? My billionaire daddies are fighting. It's something that you'd never expect. Turns out the enemy of your enemy ain't a friend. He's just a stepping stone over the left. But he'll be pointing his money pretty soon, I'll bet, at anybody over there who will take a check. These billionaire types are persistent. Yeah, they're used to getting what they want. And it may sound wild, they're a little entitled. Then again, I never walked a mile in their yacht. Now, it's never been a problem before. But now that he's getting dismissed, the first buddy's concerned and thinks we all need to learn. The commander-in-chief's on Epstein's list. My billionaire daddies are fighting. Yeah, I wonder what'll happen next. First the man became meme, now in the final scene he's gonna need to put an E in front of the X.
Hey everybody, welcome to Indy After Dark. I love that song by Jesse Wells, a little truth teller. Make sure you guys go and check him out. I am here, let me take this down for a second, with Neil, Bran, Bonnie, and Watt. Thanks you guys for coming up.
Thank you.
The link is pinned at the top of the chat for anybody else who wants to come up and join us. And we have conversation first tonight, and then music. And it is a shorter stream since we're starting late. Thanks for being flexible. I know some people had come in looking for me earlier. So we'll do 2 hours of conversation and then 2 hours of music. All right. There is a lot to talk about tonight, but I thought we would start off with a video that kind of goes with that beginning song. And it's a really graceful video that is talking about what's going on with Trump and Musk. Although I'm sure we've all heard plenty about this. This is just one person's take. But I thought we'd kind of start with this and then jump into conversation right away. So if anybody else wants to join, go ahead and click that link and come on up as we're playing this video. All right, here we go.
Hey, Internet friends, let's just get to it. The biggest story of the year just dropped, which is the Trump-Musk WWE cage match. That's not a cage match at all. Remember the good old days when enemies used to at least duel? Now we just get a cyber feud. On June 5th, 2025, these two went from allies to enemies over the one big beautiful bill. And I don't know if everyone's buying it. You let me know if you think this is just the script, if it's all theater, if it's a distraction, or if it's a series of actions meant to generate a certain outcome. Maybe a few of the aforementioned could apply, potentially. But who's pulling the strings, and why is Palantir lurking in the background? Let's unpack this drama and the real issues the media will never tell you about. Here's what the media won't tell you about the Elon Musk-Donald Trump breakup.
He's upset. Remember, he was here for a long time. You saw a man who was very happy when he stood behind the Oval desk. And even with the black eye, I said, do you want a little makeup? We'll get you a little makeup. But he said, no, I don't think so, which is interesting. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill. We call it a great, big, beautiful bill because that's what it is. And again, biggest tax cuts in history, biggest economic development moves anywhere. We've never done anything like it.
So here's the tea. Elon Musk, fresh off finishing his gig at the Department of Government Efficiency, a newly appointed member of the Black Eye Club, slammed Trump's massive tax and spending bill, calling it a disgusting abomination. Why? Well, the stated reason is because the congressional budget offices it'll add $2.4 trillion to the deficit in a decade. And taxpayers will inevitably feel the burden of that. The debt slave chains weigh heavy. Trump responded saying that Elon Musk is just salty because the bill kills electric vehicle subsidies, which will tank Tesla's stock. During this response, Trump even bragged that he kicked Musk out of his administration. Just to catch you all up to speed, Musk critiqued Trump's bill, not Trump as a person or a president, but Trump attacked Elon. So Elon, if we're to believe this reality TV show as actual reality, seeing it as at face value, in a wounded response, went full scorched earth on X. claiming Trump would have lost the 2024 election without his endorsement and his hundreds of millions of dollars in campaign contributions. Then Elon alleged that Trump is in the unreleased Epstein files, and essentially that's why the files remain unreleased. And I'll be frank here, the association between Epstein and Trump has obviously been documented, but Elon is implying that Trump is in the files for something much worse, blackmail material. So if Musk has known about these so-called files, why is he only hinting at it now? I know you can't measure these people by the same criteria that you and I use as character judgment, but if you know something to be corrupt and you're in a position of power where you can inform, why would you even associate with that person? Why wouldn't Elon tell us this information when it became available and apparent to him? Why be a sneaky little snake and wait for the opportune moment? It's very manipulative, very manipulative. And if it is true, why was Elon bringing his child around Trump and the mother of his children around Trump to all these events? It just feels like a distraction because all we really wanted, and by we, I mean everyday Americans, is for the Fed to stop printing money at such an alarming rate. And I don't know, take control of our monetary system and dial back the rampant corruption. But what do we actually get? A keyboard feud, a cyber soap opera. The so-called one big beautiful bill is actually a beast that extends Trump's tax cuts, throws $175 billion at the military and border security, but it also cuts electric vehicle subsidies and domestic programs. There's a lot more to it, but I'm covering this drama, not necessarily the bill. I'm essentially trying to get this video out, and if you would like me to go into further detail about the bill itself, I'd be happy to. Elon Musk says it's a disaster waiting to happen that could spark a recession, especially in conjunction with Trump's tariffs. And who really stands to benefit? Certainly not the American people. Palantir Technologies, led by Peter Thiel and his legion of blood-consuming technocrats. I'm not exaggerating. He literally pumps the blood of teenagers into his veins to extend longevity. I think it was called Ambrosia or something, that startup. I'll put it on the screen.
Controversial new treatment that may hold promise, but at a price. Dr. Jesse Karmazin is talking about transfusions with the young blood from teenagers, and he says it just may turn back the hands of time.
He's just some billionaire guy, homosexual, parading as a conservative. He bought a few children. I don't know why conservatives embrace him. Anyway, Palantir is in the line to profit bigly from the bill's $25 billion Golden Dome missile defense system and $175 billion for surveillance-heavy homeland security, meaning they're spying on you, everyday Americans. They're building files on you. It's confirmed. They're putting you on a list. They're tracking your online activity. They're tracking everything about you. They're making you predictable. They're predicting what you might do.
So the PayPal mafia, this is a group of people that worked at PayPal. Elon Musk was a co-founder of PayPal along with, excuse me, Peter Thiel. And so, of course, we know Elon Musk's ties to the administration and what he's doing at Doge. So you have Elon Musk, you have Peter Thiel, who is all over this administration. He hasn't not been public about it, but Peter Thiel is the co-founder of Palantir, which is one of the largest contractors to the CIA. Peter Thiel is the reason J.D. Vance is the vice president. He actually introduced J.D. Vance to Trump and actually lobbied and pushed for that to happen. And so, you know, he's been a big proponent of obviously digital payments and technocracy as well.
Look, we built PG, which single-handedly stopped the rise of the far right in Europe. We built Foundry, which was used to distribute the COVID vaccine and saved millions of lives globally.
Palantir has already bagged $113 million in federal contracts this year, including a $795 million Pentagon deal. And the bill conveniently bans states from regulating AI for a decade. I've heard some debates on whether this is good for, you know, capitalism, competition, and so one company doesn't corner the market. Whatever. But it is certainly convenient for Palantir's surveillance empire. They've been a military contractor for some time now for these forever wars of expansion and for oil. And it's the classic founding with CIA money from In-Q-Tel. This company's got technocracy written all over it, is what I'm trying to say. And of course, we can't forget that Peter Thiel is Elon Musk's buddy from way back at PayPal. And J.D. Vance was boosted with Peter Thiel's money. And they've even got Palantir banners at every political event like it's a NASCAR race or something. I've done a video on the technocracy and Elon Musk's familial history. If you haven't seen it already, it will connect a bunch of the dots for you. I also have videos on the technocracy on Peter Thiel on In-Q-Tel dating years back on my channel if you would like me to list those as well. But my question is this a coup to get rid of Trump and put Palantir boy Vance in the driver's seat? Musk even went as far to suggest that Trump has been replaced by a body double, by the way. And don't you think if reality is real and this isn't a script, what would the Biden administration have done with these Epstein files? Of course, if Trump was implicated in them, reality is real, not a WWE performance to distract us. They certainly would have released the files. They would have, if they didn't want him to win. The whole thing is like Swiss cheese. There are just holes in this story, in this argument. So what is actually going on? Are Musk and Trump merely acting to divert our attention away from Palantir's power grab and the Fed's dominance and all of the war talk that's going on? Trump never even said a thing about Ukraine's attack on Russia. And the more that escalates, the closer the West is to World War III. Don't even get me started on Israel. I can't do it today. This bill seems to encourage corruption rather than address it. And of course, as usual, what we've been talking about for the last 10 years, the technocrats are creating a surveillance state while we are all fixated on this conflict. Will anything actually change as long as our monetary system is ruled by a foreign bank with no allegiance to the American people? As long as we're all debt slaves, does it really matter who is in power? Is the last president prophecy coming true? Is this another staged display to keep us all distracted, or is this a real feud? You tell me, internet friends. I always look forward to reading your comments. Thank you so much for watching, subscribing, and supporting my channel on Patreon. Also for buying my book, The Deep State Encyclopedia. Bye.
All right. A lot to unpack there. Great comments and conversation happening in the chat. I appreciate all of you sharing your thoughts on all of this. And thank you for being here. Panel, what do you guys think? Where do you land on this? You know, I know this is just one person's commentary, but I thought you did a good job covering a lot of it.
There's a movie about Vietnam called Apocalypse Now. And there was a scene where the, I don't know, the general or the commander, he comes out and he says, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Makes me think, I love the smell of a good psyop in the evening.
Totally. That's where my gut is with it too. And yeah, like Mo said, wonder what this feud is to distract us away from. Yeah, I've had that thought too.
Yeah,
You
who
know,
punched
it's kind of,
Elon? Who punched my billionaire daddy?
Yeah, how do you get a black eye?
well, he claims that it was his son that punched him. But, you know, a lot of people said, well, why would they not have covered it up with makeup? Like, you know, a lot of people, and she
Yeah.
mentioned briefly the Black Eye Club. A lot of people are aware of the details of that. And, you know, if
I
that's
think
what
it
it
has
is,
to be
then
like a
they,
visual thing. People have to see it, you know.
right. Yeah, they have to show it. Exactly. Yep. I
Well,
don't know.
the bill is big bunch of bull bill. It's
Right.
got a lot of things in it. As much as I dislike what Elon's doing, I can see his point to an extent. But it's funny that how all this is connecting together that I'm seeing. The Palantir company, the software company. So I don't know if they are the ones, but there is this huge data company, and I'm talking huge, like bigger than what Trump thinks, that they are building in Texas. And there's some links that I posted it on my community page. And I'm sorry I can't say hello in chat because my phone's dead. Hello, everybody. But so they're talking about the evil of this thing that they're building, and it's a chip factory, is what it is.
Right.
Not the edibles. And
Well, I think that ties in, Bonnie, with the AI mRNA, because the
yeah,
AI that's involved with the mRNA, and that's what I've been talking about since before, it was right before the first time I heard Trump mention it was right before he was elected. And then day one is when he announced Project Stargate. And that includes all these billions to go towards this AI mRNA. Well, a
and
lot of us probably remember. Hold on, Bonnie. I'm just going to right back to you. I just want to
I'm
plug this part
sorry.
in about the
Yes.
chips. No, that's okay. But there was a WEF. There was a woman who spoke there a couple years ago who shared about these micro, like the kind of like the nanobots. It's like a really small nano chip that
Mhm.
very simple. But when it hits, you take it with a medication, and when it hits the acid in your stomach, it activates a signal that it sends to your doctor and your insurance company that lets them know that you were a good pleb and took your medication on time.
Yes.
So, I think when he said AI mRNA, that's right where my mind went. I think that's that nano chip technology. And I think that ties in with what you're talking about, Bonnie, with the chip factories.
Yes. And they
Hmm.
actually called it, what do you call it? Project Blue,
Stargate.
Stargate. They
Hey,
called it
Vaughn.
the Stargate Project, and they
Yep.
said it's actually different than the Project Stargate. And so the Stargate Project is the one that they're talking about in that video. Um, I emailed it to myself if you want me to share it with you, but it's really short.
It
But
sounds the same, but yeah, they're two separate ones. Well, yeah, the Stargate project that's what they're developing in
Good to
Texas,
see you.
and it's projected to be the world's largest data center.
But I
yeah,
don't think that they are separate. I think they're the same thing. It's just different aspects of it.
Yeah,
yeah, I truly believe that too. That's what I'm saying, that
Hmm.
it just seems like it's all connected. And is that what their battle is trying to hide? That they're putting up these data centers all over the United States, actually, even though this is going to be the biggest one, they're hitting small towns all over. So
Yes, Mary, he is pushing for AI. He's pushing
yeah,
for AI, not just AI, but AI mRNA. Hey, Virginia. And for mass surveillance, he said of everyone on land, water, and sky.
yes. And
Right,
that's what
Al.
it even goes
I
into,
agree.
the um, changing humans in a sense.
Right.
And we've had a lot of discussions about that lately too. And it's just, you know, I hear a lot of people saying there's nothing we can do to stop it. It's it it's just going to happen. Um, I don't know.
Good to see you, Blue
I
Jay.
think that we can keep refusing. Um, there was this other girl I listened to, Ireland, I think it is requiring a chip for something. And right now they have a soft denial to the chip. And she was
Good one,
saying,
Al.
I would I would deny it now with the soft one before they turn it into a hard.
We're like a requirement. Well, I think that's kind of what
Yes,
they're doing with Real ID. It's like a rollout that's happening differently in different states.
yes,
And I think that all ties in too, because that's part of the surveillance that, I think that they're going to implement like they have in eventually, probably sooner than we think can happen, like in China, the social credit system.
exactly. And but that seems to be not working well from what I've heard. That I don't
The
know.
Real
The
ID, that it's people aren't doing it or it's not working well, it's having technical
the
difficulties, or what do
whole
you mean?
the whole
You check?
aspect of it, they keep having a lot of glitches, and
Mhm.
um, it it's not working as well as they thought it would.
Hmm. Yeah, I haven't heard much feedback since they implemented that. That was on May 7th, that you needed it to fly and to go into federal buildings, although a passport still will work. Is my understanding. But I think it's, I've said this before, but I think it's kind of like the vaccine mandates. It's like they say it, but then they don't really hold to it. So then they're like, oh, well, you can still do it other ways, but people think they have to do it. So they do it.
See, and that's what we've had it in Texas for a long time.
Mhm.
And I have not been asked for an ID in any federal buildings that I walk into. So I don't know if some states are going to be using it as a control factor. I don't know what's going to go on with it. That there seems to be a concern about it, but here they're not enforcing anything with it as of yet.
Right in
Yet.
the video, Gerald. Yeah,
Yes.
yet. Right.
Mm.
Yeah. Right. I agree, Snooks. Yeah, just to clarify, a lot of people, I think when we talk about these different possibilities and these different, things we see playing out in reality in real time, it can get heavy, but I don't think that means, we're not being positive. And I don't think that's what you were saying, Snooks. I'm just made me think of it. Or that we're, being fearful. I think it's just, was it fearful to talk about the vaccines and the effects that they would have? No, it was being realistic. It was, looking at the facts presented and identifying what was actually happening in reality. And it's a negative thing, but that doesn't mean we're being negative in our outlook,
No, you can resist. As long as
Yes.
you can resist, keep
Thank
resisting.
you, Teresa.
And also look at the spiritual aspect of it is, we have to be able to stay calm and think clearly, all of that. We've been talking about,
I don't know if they
I
really
think
are,
that you were
Gerald, or
even
not.
talking about the frequencies in that video also. And I truly believe that is the way we keep our inner energies strong, keep your health up, just,
Amen, Jerry.
spend time with your family. Whatever it
Yeah, I
is
agree.
brings your joy, do it.
Right. I think not complying, like Jerry's saying, I think that brings me joy. But I think having these conversations, and realizing how many people are seeing through the bullshit, that helps, to know
Yeah.
that we're not in this alone,
You ever heard the
Um,
saying, heavy is the head that wears the crown?
right.
I think that could be in a sense um, like once once you know better, it's almost like you have an obligation to kind of do better in a way. But it's like once you know some of these things, it can be heavy.
Yeah.
Not necessarily that it's weighing you down in a heavy sense, like
Lights out.
bondage, but it could be keeping you grounded. You know what I mean? You
hmm
see all this stuff, and it helps you appreciate the good things we see, the stuff that don't get promoted as much.
Right. I like how you said that it's not weighing you down, it's keeping you grounded.
Yeah,
I like that.
it's just my opinion. I yield.
That's a Watt original. You're always quoting others. I think that
Yeah.
was a Watt original right there.
Electricity. If electrical don't work out, I may go into the greeting
Who was
card
that,
business.
Nana? There you go.
Hallmarks.
Yeah.
Watt,
I
watt,
can see
watt marks.
Watt marks. There you go. G-Man Nana says he voiced he likes social credit score and wants it here. But who were you talking about? Elon or Trump or someone else, Nana? I'm curious. Let me know. I'm not too far behind. I'll get there in a minute. Rune, much love to you. Thanks for coming by and saying hi. Have a good sleep over in Norway.
Idea to throw out there.
What was that, Neil?
I have an idea to throw out there.
Yeah.
What if all this stuff they're putting out on TV is to keep us distracted from the greatest wealth transfer in the world?
Oh, yes.
I definitely think there's a huge wealth transfer happening. I agree with you that I think that's a big part of this, because they're going to a global economy, in a new system.
Well, reverse that, and also it's true.
What do you mean by that?
We're backing away from a world economy. That's why years ago I
Trade
said treaties and trade agreements would be the new charts, because we're getting away from the one world government in NWO kind of control. Every country's going back to you make and keep and do everything in your own country and import as little as possible as the future. But in the same aspect, for trade and payment systems, they're going global, yes, but not totally with everything.
Trouble now, Dennis, that you're here. Good to see you. 15th. Great stream last night. It was a great indie roller coaster. Thanks for coming in, 15th. Some music from last night and including a song of yours coming up later. Yeah, no, I think that's a good point, Neil. Go figure. No, I mean, I think there's a lot. I really feel, I think so many of us have experienced this when you're looking at all these little pieces and then they all fit together. And it just seems like all of these pieces are really coming together right now. At least in my mind,
Yeah, and they're coming together quickly, you know?
I'm glad I'm not in your mind.
It definitely can be tricky.
Yeah.
We put together a puzzle in real life, when I start a puzzle, I look for all the edge pieces, I start the edge and work my way in, but dealing with the puzzles that we're dealing with, a lot of the shapes are the same, a lot of them overlap, where do you start then, I imagine it can be kind of tiresome at times.
They go back over 100 years or up to 100 years on some of the pieces.
Here we are at times still trying to put the circle in the square hole,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So have y'all noticed a shift in people also? Like, okay, we've got Elon and Trump fighting. There seems to be a lot of in-house fighting up there right now.
Thanks, Blue Jay.
Have you noticed it, like, all around, even? Like,
not locally, no.
Yeah, I haven't noticed it locally. I mean, tempers seem a little shorter.
It's the WrestleMania storyline.
Mm-hmm.
Well, some people think it's because we're in a solar flare. There's like a solar flare going on right now, and some people believe that
I always say that now. It's actually a thing.
I mean, I don't know a lot about that. I've heard people talk about it. I mean, to me, it makes as much sense to me as like the full moon, and I mean, I can see how things like that could affect us in ways that we don't.
It has an effect for sure.
We're in the worst solar cycles documented that'll affect our technological advances, and it's going to keep going and peak until I think November 25th of this year. So it's still going to be crazy for a while if it's the sun.
But that happens all the time. It just seems that.
Oh, awesome, Joe.
What I'm seeing is the evil is showing more, if that makes any sense.
Or is it just being exposed?
But it's almost like I see people that it's out of character for them. Does that?
Yes.
Hold on really quickly. I want to read this comment from Sal. He said, Unshackled Spirit says, I think social credit scores are already being practiced, for example, on YouTube. And I think that's true. I mean, that's just one way. But yeah, I think they are definitely doing like a soft rollout. But Virginia, what were you going to say?
I agree with Bonnie. There is an energy shift in people. I don't know if it's disappointment or because there's a lot of flailing of, well, I wanted the files, or I wanted this to happen, or I don't, now my Medicaid is being cut, or, people have been disillusioned for a long time, kind of looking for T-Dog to be a savior. and things are just lining up where we're on the same bus. He's taking us
Good to see
down
you,
a different
Michael.
road, but it's the same bus, you know?
Right. That's what I was going to say too. I think I feel like, I actually think that a lot of the people, I hate to always just say left and right because I don't really think it's that divided. I think many of us here are more in the middle than necessarily strong left or strong right, but it's just easier to kind of talk about it, I guess, that way. But I do think people who are more liberal leaning are starting to see more of the truths that maybe they had blocked from them if they were following more of the mainstream narrative, in the past. I feel like, a lot of truths are coming out about the vaccines and the damage that they did. And, people are also experiencing a lot of the health issues, unfortunately, that are, tied in with them allegedly. And, I feel like those truths are coming out. And, for each of us, I think a lot of us have shared our stories over the years, multiple times, but, everybody has that point where there's something that kind of lifts that veil, something that triggers them really starting to ask the questions and dig deeper. And I think that that's happening for more people. So I see some positive things going on, but then almost on the opposite side, I think people who, like Virginia, like you were saying, people who thought that, okay, well, we're winning, Trump is in now and look at Elon's involved. And now we're going to get all, look at what Doge is doing and all this money is being saved. And, this is what we voted for. And then it's like, well, yeah, the money was saved, but now it's going to be redirected to the Department of Defense and AI tracking with mRNA. You know what I mean? Like, and that's just one aspect. Or the border, the borders closed, but we're not getting out nearly as many people as they said they would get out. And I know it's, it's only been 4 months or whatever it is. It's going to take more time. But I think that there's a lot of people who really expected to see more happening in a positive way and aren't, and are starting to realize maybe Trump isn't exactly who they thought that he was, or at least that he's not working as efficiently as they hoped he would.
First off, he's catching a lot of slack for deporting people, and he's deported less people than both Biden and Obama did. So there's a lot of internal fighting keeping him from doing what he said he wanted to do.
What am I missing now? Good to see you, Maury. But I don't think anyone is impervious to being bought out. I think he's been in on this whole time. You guys know that's kind of where I've landed. I've thought that for years. And to me, what I'm seeing really confirms a lot of that. I know there's people, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope that the people who think that, he's just working an uphill battle, I hope that you're right. And that he really is, a man of the people trying to get the power back to the people. I really, truly hope that that's true.
Well, he's already done that by defederalizing a lot of stuff and putting it back in the hands of the states. That in and of itself is a big win for people in the states, because now you have more local control or state control, which gives you, it takes the federal voting fraud out of the whole thing, because now they've got to control 50 different states' individual voting, and that's a lot harder to do. So by breaking apart the nationalism of the government and putting it back into the 50 individual states' controls, really is a big freedom booster.
And we were talking about that also, that are they trying to flip Texas because we have 40 electoral votes? Is why they keep putting all this stuff in Texas. I don't know.
I think so, Bonnie.
That'll be on the Texans to take care of that problem.
What do you guys think about the possibility that Elon and Trump are doing this in an orchestrated way, that they're not actually fighting each other at all? And this is really just
orchestrated.
Roll out to the next step.
Like that lady said, if Trump was on the Epstein files when they impeached him 72,000 times, it would have been brought up.
So Tate. Right. Yeah, exactly. Or why would Elon not have brought it up sooner? And yeah, when I first saw that tweet, what do they call it on X? Do they still call it a tweet?
I don't know.
I still say tweet.
Okay, well, when I'm not on X, but thankfully people share. You know who you are. Thanks for sharing out information in Discord. I appreciate you guys. But my first thought was that I was like, of course he's in the files, because the story that I'd always heard was that Trump had run in the same circles as Epstein. Of course, they all did, and we've seen there's pictures of him and whatever, like they showed, but that he had found out about what was going on, and apparently, allegedly, Epstein was recruiting young girls at Mar-a-Lago, and so he banned him from Mar-a-Lago. And then I heard that when they started to investigate Epstein, Trump was the only one that supposedly had come forward without a subpoena and had
100%.
willingly given information. And so I was like, well, of course that information is all going to be in the Epstein files. We already knew about all of that. So I wonder if this isn't like a play on words almost, that Elon put that out there.
Likely is Elon said this one time he was concerned about his life being put on the line for doing this Doge thing. So why wouldn't it be he have a staged bad separation to separate himself from the people who wanted to kill him for doing the job? And this is Trump's way of saying, hey, I'll make you look like we're fighting, so that way they don't look like, want to come after you like they did when you were in charge of
Stage is a good word.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the WWE antics, somebody's got to be the baby face and somebody's got to be the heel. And over time, those positions change,
Right. The good cop, bad cop idea.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good cop, bad cop. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
You
So
get them
that
this
could
time,
be-
I'll get them next time, Chief.
So that could be why he didn't want
101.
makeup
Thank
on
you.
the black eye, to make the world think that Trump did it, maybe,
Or that he's a part of that black eye club, whether he is or isn't. I mean, there's a lot of things it could be.
Well, like you
I don't
said,
know.
I recall Trump coming out with the Epstein thing and vocally being against it. So yeah, he did hang out with him on business level, and Epstein was a real estate guy and into loans and money and stuff like that, because he was bribing people. But so Trump definitely was around him as a real estate guy. But he did come out and voluntarily give up information to turn Epstein in, and no one else did.
Right.
Mm.
What were you saying, Bonnie? I couldn't hear what you said. Do you remember?
just that
Thanks,
that
Silver
maybe
Shelby.
he
Good to
wouldn't
see
wear
you.
makeup on his black eye. But I said I didn't know what the Black Eye Club was.
Well, that's a pretty deep rabbit hole, depending on which side you look at it. Some people think that the Black Eye Club is basically like what you would kind of like as a normie consider. If somebody gets a black eye, it's because they deserved a black eye, and it's because they're being roughed up and put in their spot. That's kind of more like the common understanding of it. But the deep rabbit hole that I've heard about it is that, I mean, there's a whole range of things really, but that it's basically like it's like an alien basically worm that they put in the eye that's supposed to be some kind of like, I don't know if it's demonic or something along those lines or what. I mean, I am not saying, just to clarify, that I believe
Allegedly.
this. I am explaining what this theory is, and that it's part of kind of the whole, if you believe in the like lizard people, it's sort of tied in with that whole theory. And yeah, it goes pretty deep. But I think there's kind of a spectrum within all of that too. So there's
definitely.
a lot. Yeah, there's a lot
Yeah,
that's
it can
there.
shift.
Yeah.
So I have seen where they put a little nano chip behind the eye that's making blind people see. So what if he had something like that done? And it's supposed to be more powerful than your normal eye.
I don't know.
And that's one of
Just
the, hold on. Yeah, that's one of the theories too, is that it's some kind of chip instead of a worm. It's some kind of chip. But that's it. Those two theories almost merge together, because if it's like graphene, the nanobots with graphene, they do look like Venom, like, that character Venom with the black goo. they look kind of like that, and so it would look kind of like a worm, but it's actually that
The symbiote.
nanotechnology, right? And that it's then being used to control them in some way. And then there's ties in with that, with people thinking that they're actually clones and that they can only do that to clones, not to actual human beings. So there's a lot of theories out there. I try to listen with an open mind and see what shakes out.
Right. There's
Well,
so many possibilities.
Right. We've been lied to about so much, Right. Agree to disagree.
I did a video that actually came up with a way to restore sight, and he's already done it. Some blind mice, and he restored their sight through surgical means and some other, like, whatever. I don't know the science behind it, but they are working to make that happen in humans, to where they can just do a surgery people see, and it has nothing to do with the chips. So don't confuse the two. There is a technology, a medical technology, non-chip related, that's coming out that'll make, depending on what caused the blindness in the human, they'll be able to take and make blind people be able to see through this surgery.
Right. And see, things like that, everyone, I feel like, is pretty much behind. When we hear about technology and how it's used for medical advancement, yeah, who's not on board for that? But then that's the problem, is that they say that they're going to use it for something that's so great, and then really there's something attached to it, or they change it later, and it develops, whether organically or not, into something that they use for their evil.
That's been going on through history. Any leader through history that's controlled half the world has done things bad that good things come out of, and the good things that come out of it are greater than the bad things done.
I mean, there is some truth to that with medical. A lot of people did some crazy stuff to figure out what we know now that is beneficial.
Right.
And,
Project Paperclip, anyone?
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay, for example, you guys probably aren't old enough, and I'm not old enough to remember this, but my mother was. They used to have in the 50s, what were they? I don't know if it was like whooping cough or chicken pox parties, where if one kid in the neighborhood got chicken pox, all the parents would get together and have the kids have a party, so all of them would get it. So
that was all the way up into the 80s, even.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've never had kids, but I do know that happened.
Even in the 90s, yeah.
Vaccines for
yeah.
Missed that invitation.
Yeah, I mean, I was born in 81, and I had chicken pox in first grade, and it wasn't like we didn't do a party, but it was kind of like, oh, well, if anybody wants to get chicken pox, they can come over and hang out while I stayed home from school for a couple days, and that was it. And then it wasn't any big deal. And we've played on here before, but the measles, there's a Brady Bunch episode where they talk about having the measles, and it's like no big deal. And they're all like, oh, yay, I get to stay home from school. I mean, it's not like impending doom and death.
End of the world,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, it was not that big of a deal. And even now, if you look at the actual science, and this is one of the things that Robert Kennedy has been talking about and sharing information about, and, like one of those positive things I think is going on, is the Make America Healthy Again movement. He talked about that basically the only people at risk for measles are really young kids who have horrible immune systems. So other than that, you might get sick, you might be uncomfortable, but you're probably going to be fine. So it's definitely something that is being, I think, pushed in a very dramatic way by the mainstream. Willie, much love to you. Good to see you.
The reason for that was to get it over with, because when you get older and get chicken pox, it's a whole lot worse. My cousin got it with her daughters, and she was pretty sick.
Absolutely, JM.
Well, see, the funny thing is, they quit giving the smallpox vaccine back in 1972, and they discovered the smallpox takes care of the chicken pox, the monkeypox, any type of vaccine. So I wonder why they stopped giving the smallpox vaccine if it's good for these other pox diseases.
Watch out for squirrel pox.
My doctor told me that it was because there had not been a case of smallpox in the United States for so many years that
Yeah,
they didn't see a
but
need for it.
it
I agree,
it takes
Shelby.
care of monkeypox and chickenpox and all the other pox, and those are around. And it's just like tuberculosis. We thought we cured it, but over
Right, exactly, Tate.
we went ahead and brought it back, and now tuberculosis is back in America. So it's really it wasn't cured worldwide, only here in America, and that's still not a safe scenario to stop giving
Good to see you,
vaccines.
Creek.
My interpretation of safe.
Right. Well, and then with our open border, that we had, that ties in too.
That's how tuberculosis made it back into America, because people weren't screened and tested for these types of when they're legally across the border, and they can cause pandemics and epidemics, and that one still has to hit. So if you're looking for a black swan event, keep an eye on tuberculosis.
Yeah, I want to read this comment from Blue. He says, Trump is just part of a different crime family. That's why the ruling crime family hates him. I think that that's a possibility, and I've seen that happen in on the micro, like at the CHOP and the Chaz. I watched that really closely from a lot of the behind the scenes that was happening with Antifa, and there were people that were being bussed in, and basically once that happened in Seattle and it started, there were people from all over the country that came in from different groups that were trying to gain control of that movement, because from there it then went and spread out to other states, so whoever gained control of it here in Seattle, that's who was leading it the rest of for a long time. So I see that kind of happening with Trump, maybe, as far as which side is lead. And that was my original thought years ago, when I realized either way we're going into a new world order. It's not going to be like it ever was before. So it was who's going to be taking control of it. So maybe, but I still tend to think really either way, we're all headed they're all aiming us the same direction, 15-minute cities or freedom cities, build back better or a big beautiful bill. You know what I mean? Like, it's all the same thing. It's just a different
All the made
way of
men.
looking at it. Oh, it got quiet.
Forget about it, huh?
Hey, I'm gonna put something back in the private chat for you to check out. If you just check it out and you really think about it,
right, Jim? Interesting thought.
If someone could tell you what it would take for them to take the presidency, and then they take the presidency 40 years after they tell you what it would take, I think they know a little bit more than the rest of us.
Right, Palantir, that's one of the ideas. The black eye is where the reptilian DNA is injected into the eye.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But is it that, or is it, black goo nanotechnology? Really? I don't know. Or none of the above. Creek, great stream last night. Enjoyed coming and hanging out.
And I've noticed there's more about the stem cell
Well,
therapy coming out also.
Yeah, I haven't heard much about that, but that doesn't surprise me. Wolfang, black eye. Yeah, good call, Wolfang. It's true.
Joe Rogan episode with Mel Gibson, where he said he was taking his father to Mexico to have a stem cell therapy. He said it repaired his 90-year-old father's heart damage and other stuff, but then I heard nothing more.
Well, that's weird, because I heard Mel Gibson has his own island on Fiji, and that's where he takes his dad to get his stem cell.
Well, you can watch the Joe Rogan thing.
Hey, cool.
Rogan, because he said Mexico.
Hold on one second, guys. Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate the support, and thanks for being here. He says, no elected politician represents any one of us. No agent of the state, including law enforcement, is our friend. And when shit hits the fan, the rich will eat the poor, and they will use law enforcement to do it. Men like me will be all that stands between you. Yes, so that's why we are grateful for men like you, Michael Palantir, 100%. And I agree with you. And, if you've looked at any of mostly in the blue states or the sanctuary cities where they've been reimagined policing, and people thought that was going to look like defunding police, because that's how they sold it, to the people that were wanting it like that at the time. Well, what they really did, at least here in Washington, and I've heard the same in Colorado and California, is that they basically took the funding that they were using for all the police that left, that either quit because they wouldn't take the jab or quit because they were being treated like shit. And they, instead of, they weren't able to hire more people. What they did is they put that towards more training and more equipment. So they're much more militarized than they were before COVID. And that's definitely, you can see that here in Seattle with, no problem. So that's the reimagined policing isn't actually less force being used by police like they were saying, and they promoted it as, all these different community members were going to be stepping in to help instead of, community resources instead of police. It's
Or
just
tech-based.
Yeah, it's a much stronger police force that have a lot more power. That's also around the time they took to protect and serve off of all of the vehicles. So
Well,
take note
what's
of that.
going on in Seattle is going to increase
Thanks
the
again, Michael.
need for robotic cops who don't have feelings and just go in and follow the law.
Mm-hmm. Good to see you, Blue.
Nice. We'll have RoboCop soon, you think?
Well, if you keep shooting at
happens
cops
true.
and burning their cars and stuff, they're humans too. They have children.
They'll bring
and
out the Murphy.
stuff. Why do they want to risk their
Mhm.
lives trying to save someone who's being raped if they're going to take a chance of getting killed while trying to save that person?
They'll bring out the T-1000s probably.
Good night, Took. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it.
Have a good
I
night.
am falling behind in chat, guys. I'm going to have to zoom through some comments here.
Nothing new there, Indy.
What I am usually just a couple minutes behind, you'll shush. But
5
I
to
am about
7.
10 minutes behind right now. But there's been so much great conversation in the chat. A lot of great comments. Yeah,
On a
black
light
goo
note,
is a
happy
thing.
Donut Day, everybody.
Right. Black goo, I do think, black goo, if you look into graphene and how it can be used, and also if you look at the structure of graphene, it's a hexagon that like a mesh
Have you seen the
hexagon.
videos of the
Yeah.
artist using that black goo, allegedly?
No, I haven't. But really quickly, that structure, the bond, that hexagon mesh, that's what they show on the Golden Dome. That's what they show on Skynet, or not Skynet. I always say it the wrong way. Starlink. Like
Yeah.
that's what they use that. And then if you look back at like dystopian, a lot of like science fiction and dystopian films, they use that same structure, and it's graphene. So
I bought a shitload of pencils when I found that, as I figured that's the
Yeah.
cheapest way to get graphene was in the pencil.
Yeah.
I can't remember the specific channel, but it's some of the channels that I follow that I know that you've played some of their videos, but they did a breakdown where a lot of like your big musician artists, like your
Good to see you,
who was
CT.
it? Like your Gagas and like your Katy Perry's and stuff. They were doing these videos with like this. They just
Yes.
called it the black goo.
Oh, those kind of artists. I was thinking more like a painter or something.
Oh
Yes, I have
no, yeah.
seen. Yeah, I'm following you. I have seen those. Yeah, it's all over the place. I mean, you can see it there. Remember even Kanye, remember he did that crazy like what am I trying to say? That like fashion show where he was wearing like it looked like black garbage bags.
Yeah,
And
the
it
wildest
had
stuff.
that kind
Yeah.
of right. Even that ties in. Mm-hmm. Dee, thanks for coming up. I haven't heard much from you yet. What do you think about all this black goo and black eyes and all this?
Oh, I'm still holding out hope. I mean, I know that you're like kind of feeling like Trump is all part of it and everything. And of course, I have those moments, but I also still been just hanging out with a lot of veterans and listening to some of them that are, claim to be
Right, Nana.
it with the whole plan and everything. And I'm still holding out hope for that, but it's like prepare for the worst, whatever that saying is.
Right.
I'm just growing food and trying to do.
Prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
Yes. Unfortunately, that's true, Rune. But you know what? See, Rune says some people love money more than people. But then look at like how many amazing people are here and how many people, there are so many ways, and a lot of us know and a lot of us don't know, but that this community and different people here are part of different, different communities that kind of merge here. have been there for each other and helped each other out. I've received help in different ways from different people, including with money, and that's huge. And I know that others have received help, in a lot of ways too. I've been able to help others in different ways. Like I know ideally, a lot of the prepper community and homesteading community really talk about, building your MAG, your group that you can depend on in person. And I do think that that is a huge thing that people should be working towards. I don't really have that right now. I really don't. Like, we've moved a lot over the last few years since my support system that I thought was rock solid got ripped out from underneath me, and you guys, a lot of you know that story, and a lot of you have very similar stories. So, it's not something where I have a huge support system in person, but I do have a huge support system that I found in a lot of you over the last, 6 years. Can you even believe it's been that long?
Amen.
You're old.
Oh, shush. You also think I have gray hair, Neil. Whatever.
Gray, silver, it's the same thing, girl. Come on.
I have like a little highlights by my temple. That's it, Neil. I promise. I'm only 44. Okay. But anyway, I think that support systems are important. But while there are so many, my point was, there are so many people out there that do put priority on money and fame and control. But then there's so many, I think there really are so many more of us that are not that way, even if we're trying to work towards bettering our financial situations or, getting control of different parts of our lives or whatever, building a business, like all of those things are positive things to work towards.
Yes. Can I say something?
Yeah. Good to see you, John.
What I've been thinking about a lot lately, because my friend here in Humboldt County, Star, she's into helping strangers just like I am, and we both have. And I thought about it, and I was like, those are our people, the ones who will love and take a chance on a stranger, even though we, sometimes we don't know anything about them, and sometimes it is to a fault and it is to a hurt. We have to be careful, of course, but I just think it's really, that's the best of humanity, when you're willing to help somebody that's a stranger and invest in them.
Right. Yeah, Many, I think maybe this is the comment, Many, that people were talking about earlier, because I am behind. So sorry, and good to see you, by the way, M to M. Many says, so y'all think that it's okay to bring back a disease that was gone from humans until the anti-vax movement brought it back. I think that that's not really totally accurate. If it was gone, then not taking a vaccine that's supposed to, prevent you from getting it wouldn't be able to make it come back. But I do think that it was something that wasn't around as much. And unfortunately, like we were saying earlier, it's with those open borders and people traveling and the world becoming a smaller place, in essence. Yeah, it is, it is coming up more. But the problem is, you still have to have, in my mind, you still have to have body autonomy. Nobody should be able to force you to take any medication that might have any kind of side effect. And for a lot of people, the vaccines are worse than the disease that they're supposed to be, or the virus they're supposed to be, hopefully preventing.
And
so
see, that's
it has to be choice.
One thing I truly do like, and I did not vote for Trump, but I truly do like one thing he specifically did, and that was for the brave men and women who walked away because they wouldn't get the vaccine in the last administration. Trump gave them back, or offered them back their positions with full back pay.
Right.
Right.
And that right there, to the type of person that's wants to be in the military or has the thought process of being a military person, that right there was the biggest esprit de corps of saying, sorry, we fucked up.
Lisa, thanks for being here.
Administration will make it right. And those people got like a year's worth of pay, got back in, and had their records squared away, and probably a couple promotions since then because of that whole deal. And that I appreciate highly.
I agree. And I think it is good to recognize those positive things that are happening. And I absolutely agree with you on that one. Right. Yeah. Sal says, remember Ellis Island screening and quarantine? What happened? Yeah. They don't do that anymore.
I bring it up all the time. That's why I said about tuberculosis, because there was a lot of people, mainly from Western Europe, that was turned away when they got to Ellis Island looking to immigrate legally, and they got evicted or deported because they didn't meet the criteria to come into America. In other words, they had like tuberculosis or some health contagious thing or something like that, and they were deported back to their country. So I don't see what the big deal is about deporting now. Not a one of these people were vetted. And like I've already stated, tuberculosis is going to make a comeback because a lot of them had it and they weren't vetted.
Yeah, Wolfgang makes a good point. We can chat all night about this and get nowhere. Bottom line is we are watching. Yeah, I understand that too, Wolfgang. And I think, we all wish there was some like immediate thing we could do that would instantly solve this. But that's, and I'm not saying you're saying it has to be an instant solution either. But I think we have to be having these conversations so that we can try to figure out what the solutions are. And we said some of them, acting locally, continuing to go about your normal life without thinking about all of this stuff all the time, enjoying the things that you do have that are positive, making sure that you're growing, trying to get away from the system as much as possible so that you're as self-sufficient as possible. I mean, we agree with all of those things, and there is only so much,
And may
that
I
we
say
can
something?
do. Yep.
I would just say that one thing I've learned in the last few years is that a lot of the remedy that is actually happening is not going to get shared in these chat rooms, because what happens is you get infiltrated by trolls and bots and non-player characters and people that are sellouts, and they just ruin it for people that are trying to assemble and write directives to the government. And I'm a big dreamer because I do hold out hope that we can self-govern still.
Mm-hmm.
It looks bad right now, like it looks really bad, but I do see it here and there.
Oh, got it. Thanks, Sherry. I didn't understand. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, right. I agree with that one, Anti. I want to watch that again. I think we're going to do that at the Backstage Speakeasy sometime. Do like a little the original miniseries.
One place I've
Right,
found
exactly,
that
Blue.
people want to look where people actually do self-govern, and they do it in the most non-political way, I would say, is if you look up state granges and look up granges in your own area, some of you might be next to one that's really happening, with ranchers and farmers, and those are great people to hobnob with, because when they're on that level and they're participating in keeping a grange building preserved like that, it's different than the farmers market club. You know what I mean? Because the farmers market club out here, they cater to all the elitists. I can't afford the farmers market stuff. Maybe some flowers, a few veggies, but it's like really gone to, you know what I mean? I mean, how many of you can afford to shop your farmers market these days? But if you check out your granges, you might be surprised to see because they're keeping a building going. It's hard to keep a building going.
Right. Yeah, no, I hear you. I completely. Bonnie, the funny thing is, Bonnie, I read the comment before I read your name and I thought Garrett. So spot on.
Oops.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to the farmer's market tomorrow to get some more honey.
Nice.
Me too. Not for honey, but
yeah,
maybe I might find honey.
We were out and about around our area today, and I was seeing a lot of little, kind of little, like the little stands that are by the road, and it's just on honor system, like take a dozen eggs, leave $7 type thing. I love that.
Yeah.
It was really great. Many.
I wish more people were trustworthy to where that could be a thing again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I just thought for this area, that was pretty great.
I love hearing that it works in certain areas, though. I do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no doubt. Gives you hope.
Absolutely, Blue. I think she was also MK Ultra, but that's by Marina Abramovich, but that's an entire other rabbit hole.
Mm.
I think most places have farmers markets now.
Mm-hmm.
But I've seen them all over.
They go on tour out here. We have about 6 places inside the city limits of Vallejo, where the lady who I get my honey from, she's at 5 of the locations throughout town. The other couple days she takes off.
Jam.
She doesn't even leave this city for a farmer's market. Like on Wednesday at the largest hospital out in the parking lot, they have a vegetable and health food only kind of farmers market where they don't sell you the trash food like the farmers market I'll be going to tomorrow, where they invite, you know, your trucks that cook food, unhealthy food. The one at Kaiser's health food stuff only, but all the vegetable people at the farmers market go to that one. So it seems like they have like a what do you call it, a carnies route out here,
Yeah.
but for
Thanks for that,
farmers
Gerald.
markets.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they'd call it, but it's like being farming. They've got set dates and areas they go to keep busy 5 days a week.
I love when chat does things like this. Gerald says 1981, please, she's young. And then right here, Supplanter says 44, you're ancient.
Gotta love it.
Oh, awesome, Sal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good to see you, 79. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, I've been going to my county's local Saturday market.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm gonna go to
Hey, CT. Thanks for coming up.
Hey, how's it going?
the next
Good.
county's outdoor market tomorrow. See what they got.
I'm going tomorrow too, but I know I won't be able to afford much. But I'm going to get some plants.
Right. Exactly, Sal.
Nice.
Blue says I voted for asteroid impact.
Right.
Nice. That was an option. I remember
Good
that.
way to go.
Indy, I came up because you guys had already broached the topic of the jabs and everything. So I was wondering if you would allow me to share screen of something that I heard
Yeah.
years ago.
How long is it? And can you write like a quick thing in the private chat, if you would, about what it is? I usually like to watch videos before I share them, just to make sure it's not something that's going to get like a strike or get a block.
Well, it's a speech that Obama gave at Stanford's Cyber Policy Center.
Sorry about that, Blue.
This was in April of 2022, and it's about 30 seconds.
Okay.
It's something that he says.
Yeah, let me grab it here.
Let's see if he was sold out like the rest of them.
What did you say? I didn't hear you, Neil.
I said, see if he's sold out like the rest of them.
Oh yeah.
Right.
He's
or all
he's
the people
admitting,
coming in with it, Minnie.
He's admitting that he knows that they were experimenting on people. He had just said things about advances in technology and being able to come up with these things at an incredible rate, you know, being 100% safe and effective. And then he goes and says this.
And yet, despite the fact that we've now essentially clinically tested the vaccine on billions of people worldwide, around 1 in 5 Americans is still willing to put themselves at risk and put their families at risk rather than get vaccinated.
So you caught that, right? Now that they've essentially clinically tested on billions of people worldwide. Right. Well, they're misusing the terminology. They're saying that it's a vax when he just admitted that they used billions of people worldwide as guinea pigs.
A clinical test is not a vaccine. You're 100% correct.
Exactly. And it came out of his mouth.
And that clinical test has also been proven to hurt people.
Yep. That's not really a topic that I like to bring up, but seeing as it was already being discussed, you know, this is...
No, I mean, I think we openly know that we've been used as guinea pigs, or those who participated were.
Right.
You know, I think of that mom and her daughter, Maddie, who were part of the original... you know what? Actually, I think I have a video I can pull up about that real quick. But it's about, you know, do you guys remember her story? She was part of the clinical trials for the COVID jabs. And yeah, here, I do have one. Let me go ahead and share this.
This is basically an admission from him on an official channel. This is Stanford FSI or FSI Stanford channel. Right. This video now has 67,000 views. When I first found it at the end of 2022, it was around 6 months old and it had 6,000 views. So since the end of 2022, it's gotten over 60,000 views. And the title of it is Challenges to Democracy in the Digital Information Realm. And he says this at 28.5 minutes. And he spills a lot of beans in this, just prattling on and saying the quiet parts out loud, projecting, saying that it's these other people doing these things when they're basically telling you out loud what they themselves are doing.
Mm-hmm.
They tell you how they think if you just let them talk.
Right.
But thank you for your time. I just wanted to share that.
Well, stick around if you want to. You're more than welcome to stay up here and chit chat. I'm going to pull up another.
I can come back in about 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
I can come back.
Great.
Already.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see you later. Thanks for coming up. I do appreciate you sharing that. I don't think I'd seen that clip before, so thanks. I have heard him talk about similar, but yeah, it's good to see. I mean, it's not good to see, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to know. Good to
know. Good
know.
night, Wolfgang.
All right.
Well, thanks again, CT. Take care. Good to see you, Eric. Thanks for being here. All right. Bran, let me see if this is the right video we've got up. Nope. Hey, Bran, can you grab that last link to share? I'm going to go ahead and switch to that one. And yeah, so this was that participant that I was telling you about, and she'll probably tell their story, so I don't need to say too much more about it. But I think of her often, and this is a mother who was, willing I understand she was, she thought she was doing something positive in a time when the world needed volunteers to step up and test these jabs out, and volunteer and to do the right thing. And then this is what happened. And she was completely let down by the people she trusted. But here we go.
These knives sell out faster than tickets to a G. Brooks.
Almost. Not quite yet. Let me put this link in the chat too. All right. While we're waiting, I'm still catching up in chat. Thanks to everybody coming in. I appreciate you all being here. And you guys are talking so much, I am way behind. CO, much love to you. Thank you for being here. Good to see you.
TGIF.
Right. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
3 people that I met in June when we had our event on vaccine injuries. And we're going to start with Stephanie, who's the mom of Maddie DeGarry. Maddie participated in the Pfizer trial for children. When she was 12, she's now 13 years old, vaccine injured. And both Bree and Maddie have tragically and unfortunately been cast aside, ignored, forgotten by the vaccine manufacturers and by healthcare agencies. So I'm so grateful that Stephanie and Maddie, you could come here. And Stephanie, why don't you tell your story?
Closer. Okay. Hi, my name is Stephanie DeGarry, and this is my daughter, Maddie. When she was 12 years old, she participated in the Pfizer COVID vaccine trial for 12 to 15-year-olds at Cincinnati Children's Hospital. This is the first trial any of my kids have ever been in. I never had considered ever putting them in a trial before, but this seemed like, when they asked if they could be in it, it seemed like a win-win, So it's been over 9 months since she got her second dose. She can't walk. She's in a wheelchair. She has an NG tube for all of her nutrition. She has constant pain in her stomach, back, and neck. She was over there laying on chairs because she can't make it through this. She can't feel her legs. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. When she got her first dose, her reaction was typical. She had fever, body aches, and fatigue, and it went away in a couple days. When she got her second dose, she had immediate pain where she had gotten the injection, and the first thing she told me because her dad took her, was that didn't happen. That hurt way more than the first time, like enough to point it out. In less than 12 hours, she developed severe abdominal pain, horrible nausea, painful electric shocks on her spine and neck. Her hands were ice cold when you touched them. She had, and on her feet, pain all over her body. Her vaccine arm went numb. And I'm finding more and more stuff. You forget stuff because so much has happened to her. Like as I read through things, I keep redocumenting everything. She had chest pain, severe chest pain. The way she described it, it felt like her heart was being pulled out of her neck. Tachycardia that was actually seen on an EKG. And she was extremely dizzy, so she felt like she couldn't stand up. So those were her reactions. I just want to walk through, give you everybody a better idea of what happens in a trial, because I did not know. My kids have never been in a trial before. So I went in trusting the drug companies, the FDA, CDC, the hospital where the trial was held, Cincinnati Children's, a very reputable hospital. So when you enter the trial, everybody uses a trial app, and there are slides, and they'll be available later so that you can see more detail. It's called TrialMax, and they log the reaction for 7 days after each dose. That's it. The app only allows you to record solicited adverse events like fever, redness, injection site pain, swelling, headache, vomiting, and other typical expected reactions. That is it. And you say mild, moderate, severe. Severe means that you had to go to the ER. You record your fever, like the actual amount, and the swelling. So that's all the detail. There's no free form at all to fill in any other reaction that you have beyond the typical non-serious adverse events other than anaphylactic shock. So there's a full list on real.com/about that will be available. What you have to do if you have any other type of adverse event is you have to call the study doctor or the principal investigator. And that's the only way to record this. There's no way to have any unbiased way of entering it in and documenting it. I'm sorry, I'm going off track. So we did what we were told. We called the study doctor, and they told us to go to Cincinnati Children's ER, where the trial was held, to check for appendicitis. She did not have appendicitis. They couldn't even find her appendix. What made it into the trial record is unclear. And yes, we did ask several times and have it documented. We still don't know what was actually reported. So basically, as you can see, this leaves a lot of room for human error and concern of reporting bias coming from the principal investigator, which was Dr. Frank in her case. So what was said about Maddie, the next slide, if you go then to the documentation, so the New England Journal of Medicine article about the Pfizer COVID vaccine in adolescents. So first, take note that the principal investigator for Maddie's trial is the lead author for the New England Journal of Medicine article. The adverse events section has 308 words. 76 of those were dedicated to describing one single patient that had simply a temperature greater than 40 degrees. Not great to have, but that, I think this is a little more severe. There's absolutely no mention of any of Maddie's adverse reactions in that article. 0. In the EUA amendment, Maddie's adverse reaction was reduced to 5 lines that they claim was eventually diagnosed as functional abdominal pain. It's a stomach ache. By the data cutoff for the trial on March 13th, Maddie experienced over 35 adverse events, different things happening to her, very similar to all the stories that you're hearing here. This happened during the trial. Some examples are blood in her urine, 7 times, decreased vision, loss of feeling from her waist down, dizziness, fainting, tremors, muscle weakness, and more. They're all available in the slides, all of her reactions. None of these were mentioned in either document. She went to the ER 9 times and was hospitalized 3 times for a total of 63 days, and this was by June 1st. Look at the dates of that article and around when this was approved. Maddie was in the hospital when the EUA was approved for 12 to 15-year-olds. The doctor did not even know it. So let me ask you this. Functional abdominal pain, stomach ache. Does your child, when they have a stomach ache, does that put your child in a wheelchair? Does your child's stomach ache require a feeding tube? Does your child spend 64 days in hospital for their stomach ache? If they did a urine test when they have a stomach ache, would there be blood in their urine? I don't think so. I thought that Maddie would be in the best hands possible in the rare chance she had a severe reaction. That was not the case. They did everything in their power to hide everything that happened to her. And that is why this is happening to all these other people and kids. So my question is, you're hearing my story. Maddie was not kicked out of the trial. So she's still in it. By the way, so is my son, Lucas, who he was in the placebo group, and he did not get the vaccine. So they have one person, if you want to know that they can, and he hasn't had COVID. If they minimalize Maddie's reaction to the vaccine like this, I wonder what really happened to those in the clinical trials who had a reaction to the first dose. They never got to have the second dose. That means they're out of the trial. They're disqualified. I wonder what else was hidden in either the Pfizer trial or any of the other ones, because I know there were things hidden. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. I've got a quick question. Obviously, we invited the CEO from Pfizer or some representative from Pfizer. Nobody showed up. Because you had the courage to come forward in June, you have had some media attention, not by the mainstream media, but Pfizer has to be aware of you. Have they reached out to you since June?
Neither Pfizer, the FDA, or the CDC has ever talked to us or attempted to. We have never heard anything from them, ever. And I did file it in VAERS also. Still didn't hear anything.
So that is outrageous. I mean, not only totally cast aside, but I think what you described in your testimony I would term it as a cover-up. But thank you, Maddie. God bless you.
Yeah, I think of her often. And thank you to those of you who shared stories, because like someone said, we all have someone who's been affected from those jabs. And, I saw some comments that were critical of the mom. And I remember thinking the same thing because, I was aware of, a lot of us had found good sources of information in actual science and actual scientists and doctors who were trying to be whistleblowers that were so heavily censored. But you have to remember that there were people that had no idea. And they, Bonnie, I liked your comment, trust the plan. These aren't the people that follow the normal group that most refer to with trust the plan, but they were trusting a different plan. They were trusting the, established checks and balances that are supposed to be these agencies that are supposed to be looking out for us, the FDA, the
There's no
World Health
checks and
Organization,
balances.
right. But that's what I'm
There's
saying.
no.
They still trusted in that. They didn't know that that's all a farce and that's a lie and that they've
And
all been taken
why?
over by money
Why?
and greed. Yeah.
Why did that woman trust that? Because those agencies are world renowned, famous, because the media, because
Probably because I would guess because of the media. I mean, think about how, we all saw the propaganda and some of us recognized it as that, but she obviously didn't. Anyway, I remember feeling disgusted by her. At the same time, here, let me go back. Somebody wrote the comment, what kind of mom lets strangers inject strange substances into their children? I
Shit,
did.
I did it.
Most of
I
us
did
did.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
We all
kids,
did.
not with the COVID jab. Thank God my eyes were open to it before that. But
Exactly.
until I had my eyes opened around 2019, my kids who were born in 2016 and 2018, they were on the vaccine schedule. I didn't know better. And neither did that mom,
Yep.
and neither did a lot of people who we all know and love that made the choice to get the jabs because
right.
they didn't know better yet. So, I totally am not judging you for that comment because like I said, I had that same, my gut instinct when I first saw that was, how could you do that to your daughter? But
Sure.
I did that to my daughter and my son until I knew better. And thank God it was before this mRNA technology, because the mRNA is not, for those who might not know, they changed the definition of a vaccine when these rolled out. They literally changed the definition. It used to be when it was a dead part of a virus that was put into a person in order for their body to build their natural immune system to build a response that would fight that virus. And it was a small enough portion of the dead virus that they could kill, the body would kill it and then build an immunity. It was a much more natural process. This is not that. Not even close.
I don't even trust that anymore. I don't even trust any of them anymore at all. I don't trust the polio, the tuber,
right. I'm not trusting, even if I would have trusted those vaccines, I don't know if I would have even, but now I think they're sneaking this mRNA into everything. Even the flu shots. I'm not trusting, especially for my kids. I'm not trusting anything like that.
No.
It's not worth it. We have immune systems, and that's one of the things more people are realizing too. All those home remedies, the chicken soup, you know what I mean? Like there's just all the natural remedies that
Chicken
people
soup
use
for the soul.
right for forever, that people think like, oh, that's so sweet. It was just a sweet thing. It was calming. It was a tradition. No, they are, everything made in medicine is the synthetic version. Every medication is the synthetic version, the fake chemical,
something natural,
man-made version of something that can be found in nature.
That's right.
But that knowledge has been hidden from us and forgotten by convenience and what's been promoted by the mainstream and by those organizations that too many of us trusted.
We all been lied to. Every one of us has been lied to.
But it's not just that. Another side of it is my daughter was threatened with being called or calling CPS if she didn't get her daughter's vaccines by the doctor.
Yes.
So they were being threatened to lose their children also.
Yeah. By illegal mandates, that were put in place. Right.
Well, they're encroaching in on our children big time right now. It's really crazy. It's really crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I've said this before, but here in Washington State right now, our superintendent of education, Chris Reichdel, he is going against the federal law openly which I unfortunately kind of agree with. The state's laws should trump the federal law.
Right.
But,
Right.
so it's kind of a catch-22 because of the
That's true.
state that I'm in. But he is going to, he's saying, well, even though that's the federal law here in Washington, if your child is 9 years old or older at school and in public school, and when you enroll them in public school, you are giving them this permission. That while they're in the custody of the school during the school day, they can be sent without parents being given any notification ahead of time or any information afterwards, not informed at all, to get medical treatment that is non-emergency medical treatment. And that can include going to Planned Parenthood to get an abortion, to get gender affirming care, to get birth control, any of those things from 9 years old and older.
Outrageous. That's criminal.
Without parents being informed.
Right.
That's criminal.
It is.
Right. When I taught
for
fifth
the
grade, this was, probably 15, about 15 or so years ago. I taught fifth grade, and I thought you were
going to say 1576.
I got to teach sex ed. At that time, if girls asked me, we separated the boys and the girls into two different areas. The male teachers and staff went and met with the boys, and the females went and met with the girls. And when we were talking with them, one of the things we talked about with the girls was what to do to handle your period. And I had girls that asked me about tampons. Their parents used them. They knew what they were, fifth grade. And we were not allowed to speak with them about at all. We had to tell them, you need to talk to your parent or a trusted adult. We couldn't talk with them about tampons because tampons are penetration. And so we weren't allowed to speak of it with them other than to say, you need to go speak to a parent or another trusted adult. And now look how much has happened in that 15 years. I mean,
it's wild.
It is wild.
Mm-hmm. You remember that girl that got expelled because she had a Midol in her backpack?
Oh my God! No,
yes, I do remember that. Yeah,
really?
Or an EpiPen. I mean,
my
you can't. It's like a huge deal to have an EpiPen. If you go on a field trip or something, that students that need EpiPens either have to be with a parent that goes on the field trip or the teacher. No one else can be trusted with an EpiPen for a child, that's in school. But they can be sent off to have an abortion without their parents being told.
Do you know
Or
what
an
it's
inhaler
rumored?
for asthma.
You know what it's rumored?
Right.
Oh, sorry, Bonnie. What it's rumored, an EpiPen is rumored to be. I have a video on BitChute. Adrenochrome. That's what is in an EpiPen, they say.
I had not heard that.
I
hope that is not the case.
I will find the video and drop it for you. I mean, I don't know that just because some girl did a video on it doesn't make it true. And we don't,
Backwoods, it's good to have you here. Thanks for being here.
Judge people for using EpiPens. I mean, they're life-saving. Obviously, those people do things because,
sorry to hear that, Dark.
I have to carry an EpiPen everywhere I go.
Yeah, I don't know.
I hope that's not true because it is life-saving for so many people. That'd be a tough thing. I don't think there's any alternative.
Would you doubt it that it was true? I mean, that's how these sick bastards are. They do shit like that too.
Yeah.
I would doubt it because in the military they have those on hand when we go out in the field, and it's a trusted medical piece of equipment.
Trusted? What's trusted though? Really?
Right. I mean, think about how many have you.
I don't know. I volunteered to put my life on the line. There's a lot of trust there. I don't know where you don't see there's trust there. There's a lot of trust I put in.
Your sacrifice is different than the government's drugs they push on you. I definitely don't see those two things the same.
Do you have you ever worked around chemicals? Even in the construction field, they have.
I work around a lot of chemicals.
Okay,
actually.
so what is it? I already forgot. There's a 4-letter acronym for all the chemicals that are listed on components that you're going to touch that you have access to. All you have to ask for.
MSD.
Yeah, those are available in the military as well, and you can ask for them, and most good people do.
And so what's your point?
Go ahead. Finish your thought. And I want to address a couple comments here in the chat. Go ahead, Neil.
Oh, that was it. Just I checked everything, and everything was on the up and up for the paperwork. Now, if someone was able to change the whole chain of command and slip something in there without anyone noticing, then maybe that conspiracy is held true. But they'd have to change so many.
But Neil, don't you agree that I mean, my understanding from what I've heard from a lot of military is that they got all sorts of shots. They don't even know what they were. So, and many of them felt like they were being, hold on, Neil, hold on, let me finish the sentence. And that many of them feel that they were being used as guinea pigs because they were kind of an easy target. They had already agreed to make those sacrifices, like this mom with her daughter.
Okay,
so it's not a disrespect. It's not a disrespect in any way to the service people who signed up and made that sacrifice. It's a criticism. I think that Dee's point is a criticism and a non-trust for those people that were using them in that way as guinea pigs.
I understand what feelings are, and what you mentioned was someone's feelings, and I want to mention facts, not feelings.
Those are facts, Neil. You don't agree
if you
that
want to talk
military
about facts,
personnel
no, I don't
are
agree.
given
This is
vaccines?
a fact of drugs given to the military that no one's talked about. Do you remember Gulf War syndrome? I remember the drugs they wanted to give us. I remember the pills. I looked at them, and then I remembered my training. And my training said if the pills look like they're degraded inside the package, don't take them. The pills looked degraded inside the package, so I didn't take them. Guys did take them because they didn't follow the rules they were taught. And then this thing called Gulf War syndrome that no one wants to talk about happened. So I'm familiar with the whole scenario very, very personally. Very much.
Right. But, I mean, and that's one example, right? Yeah. And that's one example. And that's not saying that that's from that specific medication, but I think there are a lot of people that have, and it could be that it wasn't done nefariously too. A lot of people have side effects to the things that are different things that are in different vaccines and medications. I'm allergic to penicillin. I don't think penicillin is a nefarious medication, but if they gave it to me, I'm allergic. They find those things out by getting them. So, there's different sides of it. Okay, I want to address a couple things here in the chat. Backwood said, outdoors, getting dirty, too much hand sanitizer. I agree. I think we're, blocking the growth of our immune systems by being almost too clean. And sometimes my kids aren't. They're out in the dirt all the time. But also that made me think of, remember with the hand sanitizers and COVID and like everybody, I mean, not everybody, but most people were getting tons of hand sanitizer. And then they found out the hand sanitizer was actually helping it get access into your skin. And then also there were poisons that were happening. People were getting poisoned from using too much hand sanitizer because there was a certain kind of alcohol that was in a bunch of them that was making people sick and even killing people.
Yep.
It's crazy. And then Gerald said, I was almost in tears. Oh, Bonnie, we're getting an echo. I'm going to mute you for a second. It sounds like you got a YouTube going all of a sudden. Gerald said, I was almost in tears as more parents are at Walgreens to have kids get shots for school while picking up medication so my mother can breathe. Before the donut over on insurance allowance draining. I'm not sure what that last part means, Gerald. I think there was a typo there maybe, but it made me think of this, which I shared on here before, but I didn't realize, I mean, I know the number of vaccines required now has skyrocketed. It's crazy how many, it's like, I don't even know the numbers. It's huge amounts of vaccines that are expected if you follow the suggested vaccine schedule for children and people. But I know that by 9 months old, a child is expected to have 3 COVID jabs now by 9 months old. And that actually just changed like 2 weeks ago, I think it was, because they finally said, the FDA finally said that the vaccine is only suggested now, recommended for 65 and older, unless you have some other health issue. Which could be a lot of different health issues. So there's a lot of loopholes there.
What's
for
the
people who
numbers
really
on
want
how
to
many
get it.
children had that happen, though?
I'm interested to see the numbers.
It was about 12%, they said, that actually had gone through with that and gotten that many jabs by that age. 12%.
There's more evidence. There's more evidence being pointed that early vaccination, before the vaxxers went stupid, there's more evidence being pointed at early vaccination being the cause of autism, introducing substances into a developing body too early, screwing up the brain development.
Yeah, anarchy, Wingnut makes a good point. We cannot expect or rely on government to punish government, right? They're not going to hold themselves accountable.
Right.
Word.
Yeah.
That's our job.
I'm with you on that.
That's our job.
Yeah, I'm glad that they woke up to all of it, Brian.
Yeah, they changed the guy who just gave you $10 chat. They changed the definition of weaponization to gain of function. So if you want to know they're weaponizing anything, they use the words gain of function now, and it's legal. But what it means is weaponization.
Right.
Have you guys heard there's supposedly a serum to reverse autism? And have you ever seen any videos?
I heard, you know what? I feel like I saw like the title of a video, but I didn't watch anything about that. I'm not sure.
I saved it. I'm gonna share about it the next time I stream. I've
thanks
been
for that,
working on that blog. It's a quick little, I can find it and drop it too about that, whatever
Sure,
it's called.
yeah.
I forget what it's called. Yeah. I'm working on that.
Insulin is something that's naturally occurring, though, Minnie. That's different than a vaccine.
Hey, Eimer.
Welcome back, Eric. Good to see you, Mountain Man. Right, adrenaline, not adrenochrome. Yeah.
That gal that I dropped the video about the EpiPen, she's a famous, I can't remember what her name is. She's a cute little redhead though. Or I think her hair is dyed, but maybe not. I don't know. Her eyebrows are the same color, but I don't know what her name. You might know her when you see her, but I've seen her put out some content. She wasn't thrilled about doing that video. She's like, "Are you ready for?" Yeah. But we didn't know what the jabs were ingredients either. I mean, aborted fetal tissue, and they say that's in natural flavorings on
and lipid nanoparticles and CRISPR technology. And there's a lot that some of us knew pretty early on, but most was being very heavily censored. Many, I think like where we can maybe agree to disagree is that I think it should be a choice. So if people want to take any medication that they want, I think that's fine. But the way that these jabs were not FDA approved and were pushed on people through a mandate, that's what I had such a problem with. And I mean, I lost my job because of it. I wouldn't get it. That shouldn't have happened to anyone. Neil had the same thing happen. I know there's tons of people in our community that did.
Yeah.
And it should not, and it was pushed and accepted so much by people who had just, they say all the time, my body, my choice, but then they tried to take away the choice.
Yeah.
And so, I'm all for people, like I said, being able to make that choice on their own. But when it's being forced, I'm not okay with that.
Yeah, it's funny you use that statement because that's a big women's movement statement, my body, my choice. But I never heard it used about COVID. I never heard that brought up. I never did.
Oh, yeah. All the
time. It was censored. It was taken down. But it was an obvious, I'm sorry, but I think an obvious hypocrisy that the people who were saying my body, my choice about I should be able to get an abortion, which, most people know where I stand on abortion. That's not just your body at that point. That's an unborn child's body too. But the same people that made that argument were saying, go get the vaccine. This is a pandemic of the unvaccinated, which was bullshit anyway, because it didn't actually make you not get COVID. It's actually been proven now scientifically that you are more likely to get COVID if you got the vaccine, allegedly, although it's not even alleged anymore. You can literally find that information on the FDA.
I don't even waste a good alleged on that one.
Right. A good alleged. Yeah. But a lot of people aren't still even following that, especially, I know people who are multiple jabs deep who are still thinking that they have long COVID. And I know that some people here believe that long COVID exists, and maybe it does, but I don't think that a lot of the people who think they have long COVID have long COVID. I think they're vaccine injured. and they don't want to admit it to themselves or to others. I can't, look at this Maddie's mom. Like, how many moms are out there? Moms of newborns, pregnant mothers, that took this medication, and if you were pregnant, how would you even know how it altered your child? Because you don't know if it was an effect from that or not. I mean, it's horrible. It's horrible.
I love children. I love my nieces and nephews, but in this current timeline, I'm kind of glad I don't have children.
Well, I have kids, and I know if I didn't, I would be active in a different way. I'll just put it that way. But
You'd be an old maid, what?
I know what you mean, yeah.
No, Neil. I said, yeah, I hope you do know what
No,
I
that's-
mean, because I would have been active in a different way.
That's
Especially
the name of women that didn't have children, old maids.
Yes,
funny
whatever
no,
way.
That's not what I'm
That was
talking
a
about.
funny dick joke.
I'm sorry.
Good to see
I'm
you,
not.
Echo.
Well,
But anyway, I think Watt understood what I was saying, and I
Well,
appreciate that.
for all you out there
But
looking for a mandate, I am a man and looking for a date.
Ah. How old are
There you
you?
go.
right, backwoods, we were talking about that. I think before
62.
we came
39?
in.
I'll be
39?
62 this month.
34?
37.
I know, okay.
I'll be 37 this month.
37. Okay.
For any of you young ladies out there who might be listening, single women,
What life?
what's a good one? I'm just saying.
Even all you women out there in Alabama,
Oh,
we can draw
man.
the line
He seems
somewhere.
like he lives a good, legit lifestyle. I like his lifestyle. He
I
grows
missed something
food.
here.
He goes to the farmer's market. He's an electrician, ladies. I mean,
Doing a thing. I don't know what
Dee,
that
did you
thing is
see
yet.
this? He gardens. I've seen. Amazing.
Allegedly.
he could be homely as hell. We don't know because we never see his face, but
Who knows?
Right.
Do I even have a face?
He's a Watt bot. We've already established
Yeah.
it. Did you see this comment from Echo, Dee?
no. Do you remember
She
when I
said,
sent a
mhm.
picture of the insert from my roommate's EpiPen shows it is in there? Oh, don't remember that. Wow. Yeah, we talked about it in the back room. Now I remember.
Right, Eric? Yeah,
I
I
don't doubt
shared a link.
anything. And we could have been.
Go ahead, Dee.
There's things that are so sick that I may have participated in, and there's things that I did participate in that were sick for sure in this messed up world. And I've had to forgive myself of things and just like, damn, was I deceived, And so I do have grace for people like that mom. I don't care if she's a dyke. Who cares? I mean, it doesn't matter. Her daughter is completely destroyed. And that woman is.
I mean, it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter at all. It's just, such a. Those comments made me so upset because it's like, that could have been any of us. Really, the honest truth is, it could have been any of us.
I
We've
mean,
all been lied to.
and there's so many cases too where we can look back and see that they didn't give a shit. Look at thalidomide. You know what I mean?
Right.
If you don't know about thalidomide, go back and look into that. I mean,
Oh, I don't want to, mommy.
just saying. Right. Yeah, exactly, Gerald. No insult. We have all fallen victim to the lies and false propaganda. Right.
Nothing but love for the chat.
Yes.
Love you all.
Yeah. That
Except for
was my
some
point. I hope that came across.
You know who? I'm not going to say.
Hey,
We'll
Jiva.
find out.
I got to do a stream soon
Well,
because I almost picked a fight with somebody on Rescue Channel the other day. I'm like, oh, I'm building up. I got to do my own stream. I got to talk my own shit.
Love it. Mountain Man says if they were guinea pigs, they would be following up with lots of exams. Well, they are because, like in this instance with this daughter, Maddie, she, her mom took her in. They were still collecting all of that data. And that's like what Obama was saying even,
Yeah.
We are the clinical trials.
Yep. We are the guinea pigs.
Remember the animals? They said that all the animals unalived from that. We heard that. Only some of us heard that, I guess, that all the animals didn't make it that went through the clinical trial of that. Remember hearing that?
Yes.
That was a legit thing. They're
Right.
like, yeah.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Love you long time, Roots, by the way.
You too.
You up here. It's always
They
nice.
swept it under the rug. It was like,
Yeah.
oh,
Mhm.
whoops,
Yeah.
the animals
Yeah.
aren't making it. We'll
And the
sweep
whole
it under
Beagle,
the
the
rug.
Beagle scandal.
Yeah.
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 And for some reason, that was something that got, I mean, I love dogs, don't get me wrong, but
Yeah.
I couldn't believe how many people were more affected by that than they were humans
Yeah.
or unborn children. You know, I
That
mean,
is
like all
weird. Yeah.
that was weird to me. That was kind of
Hashtag
weird to
Beagles.
me.
Yeah.
But
Man.
aren't we there
Yeah.
with the eagle's eggs being protected, but not abortion fetuses? Like, I get it. When it comes to a woman's body, I do get
I just
all
knew
of
Robert,
that.
that's what I
But
couldn't earlier.
but to, not call it murder, I don't get how we get away from that. It still is ending a life. And everybody knows what that result is. And not everybody knows what the pain of going through something like that is and being deceived about something like that too. Oh, it's just a blob. It's just, it's not even, no, to do
Right.
that is
Mhm.
better than because you can't financially support a baby, you should murder it. That's just stupid. But that is the logic, isn't it? That's how people think.
Yeah.
Why they have orphanages and adoption centers.
That is why, but that's not what's popular, right? It's Planned Parenthood.
It's not the easiest, and obviously not funded by taxpayers like Planned Parenthood, where they say, "Oh, abortion is a lot better."
Rune is in Norway. Rune is in Norway, and he says, "Don't you sign papers before a shot in the USA?" I think, are you meaning like a not holding them accountable type, or what's the word I'm looking for? Liable, Rune.
Release.
They gave for the COVID jabs. They gave Trump gave, and what's the word I'm looking for? Where they can't be held liable. They can't be held responsible. That's actually not totally true, though. There are cases where they have started to charge the vaccine companies for some of the vaccine injuries.
Yeah.
But it's been a really slow process. Say that again.
He gave them immunity.
Immunity. That was the word I was looking for. Yeah, I said it and then I didn't think it was right. Thank you.
Waiver of liability. Yeah, JM.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
There where you couldn't sue them.
Right. Are you talking about the number of jabs, Lisa? If you're talking about in general, it's in the hundreds for how many vaccines people are supposed to get. It's like 130 something. But if you're just talking about with COVID, I can't imagine if that's actually how many it's supposed to be. I mean, I stopped paying attention back when I knew people that had like 5. It
You
was
said
like,
130 something.
oh, for vaccines in general, yes, for all of the vaccines in a person's lifetime, it's like it's in the hundreds, like 100. I want to say 130 something.
Man.
My God, really?
Yes, yeah. 3
Unbelievable.
COVID jabs by 9 months. I mean, extrapolate that out over decades. Yeah.
Man, that's not
Govern
even
me
counting the
harder,
boosters.
Daddy. Shit. Sorry. You know that meme with the "Govern me harder, Daddy," with all the jabs going
Yes.
in and the fucking mask
Yeah.
on the
Now we got billionaire daddy.
I am so falling behind in chat, you guys. There's so much great conversation in
John
chat.
Dunning.
John says they use word salads. Our bodies actually produce viruses to fight harmful germs and toxins. Yeah, our immune systems are made to be self-healing. And I think that the things we find in nature, like we were saying earlier, can help meet the deficits, that we don't have because of our change in diet or whatever. But anyway, I trust that much more than I trust big pharma, who's, brought to you by Pfizer, brought to you by Moderna. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Sellouts.
Okay, Bonnie says by 5 years old, children are supposed to have 20 regular. It was not that many for my children.
No.
Yeah, I think it's I do. I think it's even higher than that.
No,
but by
my
5,
kid-
by 5.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, schools require MMR and polio, not COVID.
Makes me want to take a shot of tequila.
It's on the schedule, Mountain Man, so it's suggested, or it has been until a couple weeks ago. But it's not required. But the thing is, it's kind of like mandates. Mandates were never laws, but people thought that they were. So if
Right.
people don't know better and they see that it's on the vaccine schedule, their doctor's recommending it, then they go ahead and get it. But they don't
And
know
also,
that it's
if your company suggests it or you lose your job, it's not really a law, but you kind of sort of have to do it if you want to keep your job. So then
Well,
you
government
it's
mandates.
still a choice.
Government mandates are actually for, because I looked it up, and it's for the government employees, but at the same time, the government employee can request an exemption. But when they make a mandate, it is actually for the government employees.
Yeah.
That's who
And
it
Imir
is.
says, and yet nobody will be held accountable.
Right.
Right. And we haven't seen any accountability yet. And I know Trump is only 4 months or whatever it is in, but you know, it's been a decade since lock her up and there's been no accountability there. So I'm not holding my breath. I'll be pleasantly surprised if we see it.
Me too. I'm hoping to be pleasantly surprised.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, not trusting Bongino and Cash right now. Like, you know, they were lying when they were sitting in that interview all subdued.
Oh, right.
Epstein did, he killed himself. It's like, you guys.
Have you guys seen the compilation videos of Dan
No.
Bongino?
Is there a funny one? We should watch
The
it.
other, yeah, it's where Dan is basically talking in the past about, we know that Epstein didn't kill himself. You know, that you guys, we can't let this go. We have to make sure that we stick with this. We can't let this one go. And then it cuts to him like that, this stupid face looking like he's just telling a lie, like a 4-year-old who killed himself. Oh, well, he did. You know, it's like
face is right. Stupid face. I was like, who are these guys? Who are these two guys? They're like all passive and quiet and freaking talking scared cat. Like, what the hell? Whatever.
Yeah, Dark, if you're talking about really graceful, she does say that. She says, hello, my internet friends.
Yeah, she does. What did she say about Trump and Musk? And did I miss that conversation? Did you guys already cover that? Yeah.
Yeah. I'll I can send you the video or go back
I saw
and
she
watch.
did it. Yeah, I saw she did one. Did you play her video tonight?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. What was her
She
point?
just kind of went over some of the basic information about like different theories about it. And she basically, I don't know, she thinks that there's a lot more to it than what meets the eye.
Oh,
too,
for sure. Well, yeah. And that Benny coming out about that fifth plane, it's like they're really trying hard to create some kind of, little drama narrative about things because
thanks for the links you put
they
in there,
clearly
by the
don't
way,
want
Jen.
us looking at something that's happening,
Right.
That's all I know.
It does make you wonder, what are we being distracted from? There's so much chaos.
Well, did you hear what Laura Loomer said about a 9/11 event on the menu? And then my friend on the East Coast was talking about how there were all these Muslims in town that were dressed up in hijabs, and they're not usually dressed like that. Like they may be there, but they're not usually dressed up like that. So I don't know. I felt like that whole thing when Benny Johnson dropped that, I felt like that was just a psyop too. I smelled bullshit all the way through that. I'm like, it can be so made up after the fact so easily,
Anti, I'm not sure who you are referring to, so I can't answer that. But I wish I did know what you're talking about. Yeah, science is killing us, right? But the thing is, it's not real science. Science, somebody said this earlier, science is fluid. I like that. Maybe it was you, John, but I like that because it should be changing. If you can't question it, it's not science.
Right. Exactly.
Science is repeatable and ever growing as we gain knowledge.
Oh, that's the worst pickup line I've ever heard.
Write that one down.
Someone mentioned how Trump didn't go to Israel on his trip overseas. And I thought that was kind of noteworthy because I would not like to see him schmoozing with Benjamin Netanyahu right now. I'd like to see him break up with him, and
I just think it's all theater. I really do. I think those plans are already all in play. I just don't believe any of it's really pivotal. I think that I think they have long-term plans. It's not. I don't buy it. I just don't.
Well, they're not selling it, so na boo boo.
Nana, you just said nana boo boo. Love it. Okay, so Rune says, by law, the following information must be documented on the patient's paper or electronic medical record: the vaccine manufacturer, the lot number of the vaccine, the date the vaccine is administered. Oh, yeah. All of that was on the vaccine cards that people were given when they got the vaccine. For sure. That was all documented. Yeah. And there's actually, did somebody already bring up the, what was it called? Find My Batch or something? It's something like that. There's a website that you can go to and you can see look up your batch that you did get and see what others have experienced who got the same batch as you, because people are finding, I wish I could remember. It's something like, maybe somebody in the chat knows. It's something like Find My Batch, or that's not it. It's something like that. I'll see if I can remember it. But anyway, people were finding out that they had a lot of the same symptoms within their batch that they got,
Mo says it is called Find My Batch.
Is it Find My Batch? Okay, thanks, Mo. Censored Cactus, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, Gma, we are moving. I literally, that's why I was late. I had to make this later today. We were running about doing stuff for moving and things. And so it's gotten crazy. I'm not going to go into all of it. Maybe after the fact, I'll tell the story, but it's been a wild ride. But yes, we are moving. The 15th is our last day where we are now. And yeah, it's pretty wild. There's been a lot of, in life when things just kind of go where one thing hits and then it's like things come in threes type idea. Yeah, we're in one of those periods right now. But, it's really been kind of encouraging to see, first of all, support I've gotten from many people here. Like I was saying earlier, appreciate you that have, and all of you who have kept us in your prayers and your thoughts as well. You are all appreciated. Please know that. And those of you, who have helped in biggest ways, you know who you are, and much love to you. But yes, it's been pretty crazy. But I was going to say, through all of this, it really, I have changed in some big ways in the last few years. But one of them is I am much more like roll with the punches. You know what I mean? I really, I don't want to sound cheesy and whatever, people can take it how they want, but if you know, and I think I always heard, trust in God, God's got you. But I am at a point where I truly do like trust in God and God's got me. And, sometimes that means people like you help out, and God is working through many of you to help me. And I appreciate that. But you know what I mean? It's like, and in different ways, but I am really in like a good place with that in my mind. And that doesn't mean that things aren't going to get rough or things are going to go smoothly, because they don't always go smoothly. And that doesn't mean God doesn't have you in those moments either. But I think those of you who understand know what I'm talking about. And it's been good to recognize that we're going to be okay. However things land and whatever things don't go the way we hope they do, it's all going to pan out.
And super chats help a lot if
Love
you
it,
guys
Gerald.
want to consider that.
Sometimes in life, when it seems like things are falling apart, they may actually be falling into place.
Yeah, exactly. I think thank you. That's well put. What?
Gee.
I am definitely so far behind you guys, but there's so many great comments. It's like getting worse. This is like the most behind I've been in a very long time.
I've been noticing that.
It's pretty. I don't want to skip stuff though. I'm really bad about it. I don't want to.
Happens to the best of us.
Right. Okay. All right. Anybody on panel want to talk for a minute, and I'm going to catch up in chat. Who has something that you guys want to talk about, or any? Let's see. You know what?
Kitty cats.
Okay, maybe not cats, but all right. What about AI?
Wow.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think about AI and all of the? We kind of talked about it in terms of surveillance, but what about like the technology that's coming out with like literal brain tissue as memory for computers, and
how about the new what do they call those things you put over your eyes?
The Google glasses or the new?
No, not Google glasses. They're contact lenses
contacts.
that help you see in infrared.
Huh.
Humans can put on these contact lenses and see natural vision like we see now, and it'll include infrared vision in your vision. I'm tripped about that, seeing that come out. They're making them right now.
Interesting.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that over on your stream. I had not seen that anywhere else, but I'm interested to find out more about that because do you guys remember hearing? Good to see you, TZ. Do you guys remember hearing about like there's a Y files about this, and there's some other videos I've seen about it too. The original night vision goggles. They had some effect where people were seeing like auras, and they thought they were even seeing like into another realm.
When they went into red spectrum, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. So when you were talking about that, Neil, I was thinking about those videos I've seen.
I was thinking about never having someone come
Right,
up behind you at dark time because you could see them because of the infrared part.
Yeah, I like that idea. I mean, that's kind of cool.
Well, I think it can be
See,
used
laughing at people in
good.
gunny suits thinking they're hiding from you. You're looking right at them. Hey, the gunny suit doesn't work, dude. I got infrared.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see you, bro.
Joe's got all the jokes always. Right, exactly, Rogan. Things like this, we were talking about thalidomide, things like this, fluoride, a very toxic industrial byproduct that's difficult and expensive to dispose of. That's what they put in our water. Right. And it's also used as a medication. So they're giving it in doses that are way higher based on how much water you drink. Say that again.
But it cleans your teeth.
No, it's supposed to help strengthen your teeth, but that's probably not even true. And even if it does,
Of course it's
is
not.
that worth
It's
the
all
rest
a
of the
lie.
health issues? Yeah. Right, Sherry? Mm-hmm.
Poison is poison.
Okay. Still going, still going. Yeah.
I didn't know that Prozac was a fluoride compound. That's interesting. And
Yeah.
explains a lot, actually.
It does.
Prozac is? Oh, I didn't know that.
Probably has a filler or binder, but yeah,
Right.
it has an effect.
Right.
Man,
Fraud
and you're
has no
sticking that
statute
shit
of
in you. That's like
limitations.
fucked up for the people they're giving that Prozac to.
Right. Yeah, TZ says the companies were supposed to deliver a safe and effective vax to get immunity, otherwise they are liable. Right, and that's where I think there's been that loophole, if you want to call it that's where some people have been able to have them held responsible for their bills and everything,
And
but not enough.
Same with the auto pen pardon. Right now, they're trying to determine and subpoenaing the doctors to find out when the cognitive recognition wasn't met and when the auto pen started, and they're going to try and undo all the auto pen pardons.
Good to see you, David, if you're still here and listening. Hello, David in the past. Right, Gerald. Nice, Santai.
Well, I think that with the AI tech coming up, there are good things that can be done with it, but we all know they're going to abuse.
Mainstream news. Sorry. Go ahead.
They'll abuse it just because they can. But there are certain conditions. Some people with prosthesis use a combo of the chip and the prosthetic, and they have hands that work again. Or even Stephen Hawking kind of desensitized us to what they can do with that technology. The problem is they won't stop there.
I actually saw a video. I saw a video of a little girl, not little, she's probably a teenager. She just got from the elbow down on both her arms, what you were just talking about. She was actually drinking and stuff, using them, trying to figure them out. So they're more than just prototypes, I believe.
How does that work for her? How
Johnny?
did that work for Stephen Hawking? What was the technology that actually...
Pause that thought for just a second.
Yes.
Johnny says, who do you trust more, Pfizer versus Moderna versus Johnson & Johnson? Pfizer and Moderna are both mRNA. They are the new technology that's been guinea pigged on everyone that took it. Johnson & Johnson, also known as Janssen for the vaccines, did not suppose, what we've been told is that it did not include the mRNA. So from what I understand, the Johnson & Johnson or Janssen jab, that was if you had kind of like a more typical allergic reaction of some kind, you would have it right away. So if you were going to have effects from that jab, you would have had it within the first week or two for most people that had adverse reactions. With Pfizer and Moderna, it's totally different because of the mRNA, which changes your body and basically changes your entire immune system.
Also, everyone I knew that took Johnson & Johnson, that was during the Trump, his term, and nobody that I know that took that one had any kind of, so far, any effects.
That is the one that my husband took, and which I'm glad he did take that one. That's even hard for me to say still.
Right.
But even those words, I'm like, oh, but as opposed to the others. And and he did not have any adverse reactions to it. It was like having a flu shot. It was like the pain in the arm that lasted for a couple of days, and thankfully that was it for him. But there were a lot of people that had blood clots that died because of it. Right. But that was right after, like some of the people, remember all those people that fell over.
Yeah.
Some of them had taken the Janssen. What was the other one?
I thought it was Pfizer. All the high
Well,
school.
Pfizer, all of them. That happened with all of them. But what was the other one? AstraZeneca? Didn't they have?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That was a huge one. Yeah.
Lisa's wondering if you got that video about the ingredients. I do have a video. About batch. I'm sorry. I have videos about the batch, looking up your batch number. You can look up your batch number.
Maybe it was find my batch. Is that what I said before?
I don't know. I have a video on it.
Now I feel like it's right, but I didn't think it was right before. Cynthia, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Hey, Cynthia.
Yeah.
Todd Sargent, your name sounds familiar. Does anybody know Todd?
I do not.
No.
Okay, Todd, if I know you by another name, would you put it in the private chat? Otherwise, if you want to come and hang out and chat, we've had too many people come up at different times to kind of sabotage with porn bombing and things like that. So I hope you understand. We love to have new faces up here, but we got to get to know you a little bit before we can have you up on the panel. Yeah, sorry, Todd. If you want to come and hang out in the chat for a little bit, you're more than welcome to share your thoughts there, and we can get to know you and check out if you have a channel or anything like that as well. Thanks. Love to hear what you have to say. Apple Dumpling, much love to you. Thanks for being here. Good to see you. Okay, Brand says legal immunity for vaccine manufacturers was introduced in the U.S. by the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act of 1986. Liability protection in emergencies was expanded by the PrEP Act. Yeah, that's right. And that was part of the reason, part of the liability and them being able to make the jabs that they did or get them out to the public was that under emergency FDA approval, it was emergency approval, not standard approval, was that they had to prove that there was nothing else that was safe and effective. And that's what that was already on the market. And that's why they had to go against hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, because they couldn't say that those were already out there and fixing things, because those are cheap medications that nobody was going to make their millions off of.
And the funny thing about that is the American government shipped out over 1 million doses a year of ivermectin to South and Central Africa for
not even close many
internal worm issues they were getting. And when I was supposed to go over in 2012, and I called the VA and said, hey, is there any special vaccines I need for going to Zambia? And they said, no, but we'll send you some hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin. So the VA sent me both those things in 2012. Wow. So I knew it was all bullshit when they said it was no good. I'm like, okay, which side of the coin are you guys on? You sent it to me saying it was for this. Now you're saying it's not. Really?
Yeah. Well, the Dominion Sheens blew. They, their algorithms weren't in place for asteroid impact.
Sharpie Gate.
Right. Right. Yeah, absolutely. Much love to you, Al. Have a good night.
Good night,
I
Sergeant
don't know what
Al.
that means, Minnie. The girls are fighting.
Sergeant Al Bundy. He likes to be called Sergeant, you know.
I did not know that.
Yes, he does.
TMI, D. No, I'm just kidding.
Not my sergeant. I just know he likes to be called Sergeant. He knows that. I love those who served. I mean, I know a lot of them.
Welcome, Red Horse.
Don't believe in the wars they fought in or whatever, but it's like I still consider
I'm
veterans,
glad they've worked out for you.
you know, some of the most badass people. I think they have a right to be like, you have no idea what I fucking went through. Shut up. You know, like they just, when I think about what a lot of them with the training they go through and being in combat and just all of the mind fuckery that the veterans have had to put up with, you know?
Yep.
That's
Lou, I'm curious what you mean by this. He's walked away from Israel. How has he walked away? I mean, I've heard. Yeah, I'm just curious. Or if you on panel know, let me know.
Well, I think by not going, a lot of people are saying because he didn't go see Bibi on that last foreign trip. Usually presidents do go and kiss Israel's ass.
Right.
Something
On a
happened
foreign
with Netanyahu a couple weeks ago that upset Trump.
Oh, I think that goes back. I think Trump knows.
I missed it, Minnie. Sorry.
I mean, Netanyahu's talked shit about America. Most of us have seen the videos of him saying, "Oh, you're the little Satan, we're the big Satan, or whatever," and 80% of Americans will just do what we want. I mean, he just straight up disdain for us and use us like an old shoe, you know.
Right, Rune. That's what some people argue too, and I agree. Is that people couldn't give informed consent, is what they call it here. You couldn't have informed consent if they didn't inform you about the realities of what you were, the risks you were taking, and they didn't. There was actually a lot of, the medical inserts that people that are in the boxes with medications, with the vaccines, the jabs for COVID, they were blank. It literally said like, this is blank. It was just a big sheet that had nothing on it.
Yes. Pharmacists were saying that they did give them, and there was nothing on it. Just.
You're Todd Sargent. Well, hello, Todd Sargent. Nice to meet you.
Oh, good. Glad you came into the chat. I'm not there yet, but I'll see you in a few minutes.
Good to see you, Echo. Love you, honey.
Indy's about 15 minutes back tonight.
Actually, I kind of am. I'm pretty close to that. It's pretty bad. All right. I'm trying.
So
John, thank you for the super chat. I might have to just skip you guys. If you have something I missed, then maybe say it again. That you really want me to know it. I think I'm gonna have to catch up here. It's almost time to. I think we're gonna switch here to music pretty soon too. John says I should have been more specific and said pseudoscience is killing us. Gotcha, John, and thank you very much. Appreciate your support.
The way you're going to be a half hour late and started with the music part.
At least, yeah, I'm already 20 minutes late. Finding Forrest, good to see you. Thanks for being here. We are going to shift gears here to music pretty soon. Much love to you, Linda Jean. Thanks for being here and thanks for coming in. All right. I'm going to put names up for a second. I'm going to speed read and go through here. Thank you all for the well wishes. I'm to the part where I must have been talking about, the move and all this stuff going on. Appreciate all the support, everybody. Jeep, good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well. Wingnet, I missed something from you. I'm going to have to go back and find that later. Or you can post it again. I'm getting all bossy.
Yeah. I mean, it is an option. I like options. Good to point out options. Y'all have options,
Yeah, I agree with that, Linda Jean. Yeah, how about the computer chip brain implants? No, thank you.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to say to Mountain Man, I don't see Putin really bombing the shit out of Ukraine like I would have thought he would have done if that last attack was actually legit. But is he? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think Putin's the bad guy when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, but that's just me. My opinions are my own. I think Ukraine is just a slush fund for American politicians like Israel.
Yep. Money
Todd, I'm
laundering.
not sure who it is that you're talking about. But if you want to elaborate, you can in the chat for sure.
Who's the lab? What is he saying?
Well, I'll highlight this and see if any of you know.
Hello, love.
Mikey's
Search.
racing
Check my
sponsor,
bad
Kurt.
batch on your card. There you go. Right on. Good
I'm
to
not
see you,
sure
Jen.
who
Love you. Mikey's racing sponsor, Kurt.
Yeah, I'm not familiar, I don't think. But if others are, and you have something to say, please put it in the chat. There could be someone I'm just not aware of.
Indy,
Right.
thank you for your faithfulness to your show on Friday nights.
Oh, thanks, Dee.
I look forward to it. I checked
I
your
look forward
show,
to it.
before you change your time. After you change your time, I was like, okay, good. I can go say hi to Camo now.
Yeah, I saw that he'd been live. We were running amok. I didn't see anything today, but I did see that he had been live. It was good. And he went for a little bit. I think everybody's been missing his like marathon streams,
Yes, he's very busy these days,
Yeah, yes, he is. And I hope he's busy in very good ways.
He's got himself a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty happy. You can always hear that shit-eating grin he's wearing.
Yeah, good call, Linda Jean. Linda Jean says, why do you think our crooked liberal government wants to give us free dental care? I won't be signing up.
So they can put a bunch of mercury in your teeth? Like they
Right,
did
but in
to me?
order for it to be free, yeah, exactly. But in order for it to be free, you'll have to comply with whatever they say to do, I'm guessing,
Yeah, I hear Putin doesn't
John,
care.
thank you. Artificial imagination. I'll have to check that out. Thanks.
Another one, John?
Appreciate you, John.
John is slinging the bills.
Up to you.
Good on you, brother.
That's why it would help very much to become economically more entitled or wealthy or whatever, so that way you don't have to fall into the system that,
Good to see you, Merc.
of dental that they just give to everyone else that's poorer than crap. You can pay for the good stuff.
I agree. There is some Christian things that are like insurance. We're in one of them.
Yeah, there's a real good Christian. It's a Christian copay. It's very cheap and very good.
It is very good. Yeah, we got rid of it when the dang, Blue Cross doubled, and I lost my job because of stupid COVID and stuff. And yeah, they can be very good. But you're right. I mean, imagine if the churches did two things. One, started using gold and silver, because people do use gold and silver to buy property and vehicles that know how to do it, and they've done it for decades. And two, if they actually assembled and worked to be grand juries, to hold their public officials accountable and or to write directives to the counties. I mean, for some reason in my mind, I feel like that's the Christian's job, to assemble and push back on an overreaching government that is completely satanic. I don't know why I think that way.
There's not much separation between religion and government, in my opinion.
It's not supposed to be that way. That was a letter that was written opposing a Christian mandate for a state, for lack of a better word. But it goes one way, but not the other. Godly people should be in government is the thing.
Lisa, I missed the link, but I will go back and check it later. It'll be in the chat, so I will find it. Thank you very much for dropping it. Appreciate you.
I did mention it to Lisa. Hopefully if anybody is looking for that, they can find it, because I would be. I've definitely passed that information on to some people too.
Matt, I'm glad you're doing well.
We all got COVID. My husband just had it last week. He couldn't taste shit. He's like, I think I got the vid. I'm like, yeah, well, if you're not tasting my good dinner, you probably do.
I don't know about that one, Blue, but I do know, you guys, I think we all heard about, Johnson & Johnson's baby powder that was causing cancer.
Yeah.
And they knew it for I want to say it was 12 years. I could be wrong on that, but I knew it was a long time. And they'd known. And
so what you're saying is
family company,
COVID could be saving some marriages by taking men's taste buds away from them.
Another
lining meal, I guess.
Another good dick joke. Thank you.
Cynthia, I'm sorry to hear that. Cynthia said, my ex got the J&J and he's severely compromised. His lungs, chronic cough, probably has heart issues. He used to be the healthiest guy and he's been sick the entire 2 years he's been living with me. Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think that the J&J, from what I understand, had less adverse reactions, but it had plenty. So I'm really sorry that.
Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that.
Anarchy, unicorn, government's religion. Stop believing it's religion, government's always
right. Yeah.
We are the government. We're not doing our job. That's the problem. Everywhere needs oversight, and at some point we have to.
Thanks, 21.
We have to get involved with our own counties. At least try to figure out. I think it's gonna. I think that is where AI is going to be helpful. I think at some point when we see how much money our county officials have been pocketing, I think that's not going to go over very well. I just have a feeling,
Thanks, Jam. How bad is my batch? I knew it was something like an alliteration of some kind. That was the one I was thinking of. How bad is my batch?
Yeah, look that up. I heard if you had a number 1 in the middle, I thought that was like a good thing, but that could be just my own head. Yeah. Well, I'm going to get out of here. I know you're going to switch to music anyway, but thank you for having me up. I want to just thank you again.
Yeah.
I appreciate you very much. I love you all.
I knew this was going to fly because there's so much to talk about, and I was sorry I had to make it shorter. But thank you so much to all of you for coming up and being here for the conversation and everything. And I'm sorry, chat, that I've been so far behind. I really try to be more on top of.
No, she's not.
There was
there was
so much great conversation tonight, and just I think people were really ready to talk.
Yep.
Okay. We are going to shift gears here into music, and if you are a musician and want to come up and have your music shared or play or sing live for us, you are more than welcome to come up and join us. The link is pinned at the top of the chat, but it does need to be someone we know somewhat, at least. If you're a friend of a friend, that's okay. And I think we'll go ahead. There's a song I'm going to pull up here that I think kind of ties the conversation side of things into the music side of things. And it's a song by JM Unleashed. And let me get the link here to Brand so we can pull this up. There we go. And then I will put it in the chat. Okay. Well, I didn't quite catch up. How far behind am I? About 10 minutes. I made some progress. But I'll still keep scrolling and try to catch up with everybody's comments. I will go back and read the chat because I know there's things that I definitely missed a little bit of. Jen, good to see you. Count, much love to you. Thanks for coming in. And I appreciate you all being here. As we're shifting gears to music, if you guys want to share this out, if you haven't, I would appreciate that. We'll get some more people in here. Hopefully get some musicians up here on panel. All right. This is Who's Pulling the Strings by JM Unleashed. Here we go.
Look around you, what do you see? Numbers on screens controlling you at night. They feed us lies, day after day, their paper games, making us chase their paper games. Something ain't right, can't you all see? Living in debt, that's slavery. Who runs this show behind closed doors? Pulling strings tight while we hit the floor. Who's pulling your strings? Who's really in control? Who's pulling your strings? While they take your soul. Who's pulling your strings? Can't you feel the weight? Who's pulling your strings? It's a their game of greed. Debt keeps rising while they succeed. Wake up now before we fall. Break these chains that bind us all.
Who's pulling your strings? Time to break free. Who's pulling the strings? Open your eyes, see. Who's pulling your strings? Who sets you free? Who's pulling the strings? The central banks. Just say no to
It's the central banks. Just say no to central banks.
Rise up with me. Rise up with me.
All right, love that one. Somehow I had missed that when it first came out, JM, and I heard it and I was like, oh, I gotta play that one. That's a great one. Right to the point. Yep. Yeah. And if you don't know about how the central banks and the Federal Reserve and all wars are bankers' wars, some things to look into. Todd, I hope that you have a good night. No worries at all. I wish that I knew who you had been talking about, but I appreciate you wanting to share information. So thanks for wanting to come up. I hope you'll come and hang out and chat so we can get to know you better. Thank you, TZ. Appreciate that. And thanks for being here. Okay. All right. We're going to keep the music going as I'm catching up. I'm getting there 5 minutes behind you guys. I'm making progress. Yeah, the link is pinned at the top of the chat for anybody who wants to come up and join us for music. All right. Sorry, 79. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull this next one up. Okay. This is a song by 15th Bend. It's a video from the game Elden Ring, and it's Burden Tarnished Story by 15th Bend. Here we go.
You're supporting creators like no other.
I did it again.
You're fired. No, I'm just kidding. Bran, I think that's like the second mistake I've ever seen you make.
Not having a good night.
Thank you for what you do. All right. Okay. For those of you who don't know, 15th does a indie music roller coaster on Thursday nights, and he had a great one last night. It was just a really great stream. There was a lot of laughter in the midst of amazing music and really great community. So please go and make sure that you check out 15th Bend. Make sure you're subbed and have your bell on so that you can catch his live streams on Thursdays. And he has a new album that's going to be coming out in a couple of weeks, I believe. And so there's some great teases that he's been putting in his live streams too. You can catch him play live and also play some teasers for his upcoming album. All right, here we go. Tarnished Story by 15th Bend. All right. Absolutely love that by 15th Bend. Amazing song. And let me see. Yes, that's Anti's intro on his metal versus anti or anti versus metal streams over at Metal for Breakfast. Very nice. Good choice, Anti. Lisa, sorry to hear about that. There's a lot of issues people have had with the PayPal. That stinks. Right? Great visuals, Jerry. I don't know that game, but I know a lot of people that do play it. Pretty awesome. Okay, Rune, I hope you can join us next time. I would love it. Anytime you're able to come up and join us, you are more than welcome. All right. Yeah, right. Drifting away on this. 15th Bend always has the beautiful feels. Agreed. Always takes you on a ride. That's where you got the nickname about the roller coaster, because there's always those highs and lows, and it's going to take you somewhere. Really beautiful. Okay. All right. Peanut, good to see you. How are you doing? We're getting a little bit of an echo.
Oh, again? Oh, it's probably my headset.
Maybe if it's up too loud, maybe Mike's picking up on it.
Yeah, I'll talk this way.
Right, Jerry says pull. Oh, no, that's worse.
It's worse? Oh,
yeah. Pull the sword out of the rock. I muted you there for a second, Peanut. Right? I wish, Joe. I wish that's the way it worked. Yeah, much love, Lisa. Hate those kind of hassles. Linda, I believe that it was, I could be wrong, but I think it was Bon, I think, that gave him that name. And yeah, I like that too. Hey, Tim, good to see you. Thanks for being here, For Patriots. Appreciate you. Okay. All right, Peanut, how are we doing? Sounding good.
Good.
How are you doing?
Oh yeah, it was how you it was the settings on the mic is what it was.
Okay. How has your week been?
My week? Oh, it's been pretty good. I got a lot done. Had to clean my house up today. You trust me, you don't want to know all the details, but
nope, and I don't.
Unless, of course, you want me to go into details, then I'll share it with everybody.
Leave it at that. If you are self-censoring, Peanut, I am taking that as a sign, and we will just go on from there.
Right?
Yes,
exactly.
Thank you, Snooks. I thought so.
There are some things that are better off left unknown. Let's just leave it like that.
Yeah, Rune, I've seen Tim, For Patriot, come over and check out your music. Glad he does. Seen a lot of familiar faces over there. Always love when I catch you live, Rune. Yeah, you guys, Rune, I mean, many of you know Rune, but he has an amazing stream, and he just plays and takes you, kind of like 15th, takes you on a journey and just lets you chill. And he always has great people there in the chat, kind of all different people from all over, and some familiar faces you'll see there too. Right. Cleaning house is a never-ending task. Absolutely.
Right, especially in my place. There's things that'll change a man.
Anti's dropping the link to my Rumble. Thank you for doing that, Anti. And I don't know when. Okay, well, actually, that reminded me, and I should have said this during the first part too, but I will probably not be streaming for a few weeks. This is probably my last one. I might do a pop-up as I'm able. But with the move and everything, it's about to get even crazier. So, yeah, I'll keep an eye on my channel. I'll post it up when I do know when I'll be doing it. I'll probably put it in the community or the post tab as well to let you guys know once I know when I'll be able to stream again. But I am doing the backstage speakeasy on Sunday, and we'll see. That might be the last one of those for a while too. But keep an eye. I'll be back when I'm able to be back, and as soon as I'll be able to be back, because I know I'm going to miss you guys. And, I can only make my music list so long, and there's always great people putting out amazing music and so much to talk about with conversation. I can't get too far behind. Okay, Rune, I actually do have a song from you on the list tonight, so I will pull that up and play it in just a little bit. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull up one more song here, and then Peanut, if you want to share yours after that. This is a song by a group called Chinchilla, and I heard them before, but this song I had not heard until last night at the Indy Music Roller Coaster over on 15th Stream, and I just love this. I love it. I love her voice, love the sound, love the lyrics. Really, just this one hit me. So here we go. Avoidance.
You sent me a message, just leave me alone. Now I'm shaking head to toe. I'd rather the silence, I don't wanna know. I know it's delusional, but I don't have the strength to let you go. It's not that I don't love you, in fact it's the opposite. I get anxious when you call. I'm so scared to message you in case you're with some lucky bitch, so I leave it all. You want closure, I avoid it, and it must be so annoying. I just can't imagine that you're gone. I'd rather avoidance than live in the know. I'm not trying to long it out. I hold on to items and hold on to hope, 'cause I can't bear to live without. As long as I don't contact you, then I don't pull you down. It's not that I don't love you, in fact it's the opposite. I get so anxious when you call. I'm so scared to message you in case you're with some lucky bitch, so I leave it all. You want closure, I avoid it, and it must be so annoying. I know. I just can't imagine that you're gone, and I'm not trying to make it harder. I just never dealt with so much love, and I don't know what to do with it all, 'cause no one else will ever be enough to let you go. And it must be so annoying, I know. I just can't imagine that you're gone, and now you're with some lucky bitch, so I leave it all. You want closure, I avoid it, and it must be so annoying, I know. It must be so annoying, I know. I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. I just can't imagine that you're gone.
Absolutely love that. Her voice in that is amazing. Her lyrics and just the emotion she gets in there is incredible to me. Yeah, really enjoyed that. I'm glad so many of you did too. Right? She's got some pipes. That is right. She is a talented singer. Agreed. Okay. Yeah, Mo, absolutely. I was glad to play it again. I've been listening to it a few times since last night. Silver Shelby, if you're still listening, thanks for being here. JM, thank you. He says, thanks to everyone who pays it forward in their own ways. Oh, love that. Especially JM, you know, you support so many people in so many ways. You are much appreciated. Hope you know that. Awesome, Mountain Man. Glad you subbed. Right? I know. Those lyrics, you know, who hasn't experienced something that they can relate to in that song? Absolutely appreciate that voice too. Okay. Right, Cynthia? Yeah, this song is so familiar. It had that feel to me too. I can't remember the other song that I've heard. I've only, I think, heard one other song from that band, Chinchilla, but I'm definitely going to be checking out her channel. Oh, good, Silver Shelby. Glad you're still here. Much love to you. Thanks for coming by. Hey, appreciate you hanging out. Okay. Yes, Mountain Man, I do have a song of yours, but if you have one in particular you want me to share, go ahead and just put the title. If as long as it's something on your page, then I can pull that up to share in a few songs. Yeah, awesome, Mo. All right, great, Jerry. Okay, Peanut, you want to tell us about the song?
Sure, absolutely. This is like the song that I wrote the lyrics for like a long time ago. Been super busy cleaning, as you know, Andy. And so I finally had some time to record, and so I put it together, and voila.
All right, awesome. Okay, here we go. I think it's doing that thing, Peanut, where it doesn't autoplay, remember?
Oh, really? Oh, okay. All right.
You have to hit play for some reason now.
Okay.
Oh, well, I was going to type it in the chat, but I can say it now. Thank you, Censored Cactus, for being here. It's good to see you, and I appreciate you coming over and hanging out. All right. Okay. Do you want to, I don't know if you have to take it down, Peanut, and share it in a different way? If so, we can pull up another video. Let me look at something while you're
Yeah.
doing that.
Yeah, I'll put the link in here. I'll be right back.
Okay, yep, no problem. All right, we'll pull up another song here. Oh, I was trying to find something, but I'm not finding it fast enough. So let's go ahead and let's see. Where are we at? Okay. This is a song by Hobbs, and I'll have to look. Actually, Anti, if you wouldn't mind seeing if the person that he collaborated with is listed in the description and dropping their link also, I would really appreciate that. This is When You Gonna Love Me by Hobbs and Co. Here we go.
When you gonna say hello? When you gonna let me know? When you gonna love me again?
When you gonna make it right? When you gonna see the light? When you gonna love me again?
right. Very fun song. Really liking that one. Okay, thank you, Anti, for dropping the link to the collaboration with the Robert Shep debacle. I think that's what that is. I'm guessing so. Thank you. Yeah, foot tapping, absolutely. People have been dancing. Yeah, I thought these were great. Okay, glad you guys all liked that one too. Blue, I got your DM. Thank you. I added it. Okay. Let's see. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, absolutely, Mountain Man. Glad you're here. Thanks for coming and hanging out. All right. Just catching up here. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was a really fun one too. Well done, Hob. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, awesome, Blue. Dennis, much love to you. The link is pinned if you want to come up, Dennis, and share out your songs. All right. Peanut and JM, thanks for coming up.
Oh, you're
Appreciate you
welcome.
being here. Sorry, I forgot to
You're
say hi when I'm juggling a lot back here.
I know.
But thank you for being here.
Hey, Jam.
Dennis,
What's up, man?
if it's one of your songs, absolutely. Let me know. It's a quick stream, so if I can't play it tonight, then I will play it my next stream, but I'll try to pull it up tonight for sure. All right. Peanut, we're ready to try this song again. And
Yeah.
is this something I can share with people?
Yeah, it's completely like safe.
Well, I just meant if it's something that you have public on your channel. But
Oh, it's on
if
my
so,
channel, but I don't think it should cause any problems. Like being on my, because I don't put like anything.
yeah, no,
blocked.
that's not what I meant. I just meant to share the link so people can go check it out if they want to or save it.
Oh
But if you
yeah, I
want to
thought you
put
meant
the
like
link,
it had something inappropriate in it or something.
no. If you want to put the link in the private chat for me, then I can grab it from there and I'll put it in the regular chat.
It's already in there. It's like let's see, I'll put it in there again though. There we go.
Oh yeah, I see it. Okay, thanks. All right, here we go.
After you left me alone, we don't talk anymore. You didn't say a word. You just walked out that door. You believed all lies. A fake friend in disguise. You just left me standing there wondering why. But I'll still be waiting here for you. Why can't you see that I love you? Keep talking you to tear us apart, but you trusted her right from the start. You never heard my side. It's not like I didn't try. I didn't even bother to just say goodbye. But I'll still be waiting here for you. So why can't you see that I love you? Now there's nothing but pain, and that's all that remains. But I'll always be true. Nothing more I can do. But I'll still be waiting here for you. So why can't you see I love you?
All right, nice one, Peanut. I like your original songs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was good. I really like that.
Oh, hey, thanks, Jam.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like Brand was saying, we both appreciated your song about the central banks. Well, that's a point that a lot of people don't understand that.
Yeah, more and more
Oh, I
people are
like that, Lou.
figuring it out.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, right on. Yeah.
Oh, glad you're with your family, Dennis. That's great. Peanut, is your echo cancellation on?
Let me see.
Nope. There we go.
Nope.
Now it is.
All right.
Oh, nope. I think.
They turn off again. Hold on.
There we go. I think I turned it on and you turned it off, but we got it.
Right.
Yeah.
Why, you fools? I'm broadcasting.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Lots of people appreciating your song. I hope you were following the chat. Hi, Corn Patch. Good to see you. Yeah. Well, that hits home. Well done, Nutter.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, that's all.
right.
That's all I got. So I want to drop off.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here and coming up to share that. I appreciate you sharing an original.
I
Thanks,
appreciate
Peanut.
you appreciating me appreciating you.
Dang it. I fall into it every time.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow night too. All right, love you, Indy.
Maybe. We're running amok these days, but if I can, I'll come by.
Oh, okay, yeah, you guys are probably still moving or something, right?
Oh yeah. We're just like we're not actually moving yet. We're packing and getting things ready, but yes.
Oh, it takes
We move
forever.
as
And
we
like
get
you always end up losing something gets stolen or left behind or broken, and
I'm
you get
all
those,
for losing things. We're trying to purge things left and
right?
right, like giving things away, and yeah.
And you realize
But
how did I
thanks,
get all
Peanut.
this stuff? And then like once you
Mhm.
finally get there, there's always that 1 or 2 boxes that never get opened, so they kind of like hang out.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks for having me up, Indy.
Absolutely. Yep. Thanks for being here. Have a good night.
Bye.
It's good
See
to
you guys.
see you.
Bye.
Have a
Yeah,
good
you see-
weekend.
Later, Jam. Later, Brand. See you guys.
Have a good one. Okay. I see somebody saying, that's weird. I see somebody saying hi to Marshall, but I do not see Marshall in the chat. So, Marshall, if you are here, maybe I'll have to look on the YouTube side. But thanks for being here.
I just
All right.
noticed a setup by Marshall on StreamYard in the comments just now. Hey, Marshall.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, now I see you. Oh, yeah. Okay. I do see it. I don't know how I missed it before. I think it's because you're green on StreamYards and it's gray background, so I just didn't even see your name. But Marshall, much love to you. Glad I can see you and your comments. Thanks for being here. Oh, and awesome. That's great. Joe, much love to you. Thanks for coming up. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing fine.
Yeah, how are you feeling? You're on the road to recovery and everything?
Well, the injections didn't help anything as far as pain goes, but
That's
gives
unfortunate.
me kind of a rosy complexion. That's about it.
Yeah. Well, I am sorry to hear that it hasn't worked. Is there any chance it might still work, or was it
They
kind of
say it could take a little longer,
okay.
between 7 and 10 days, and it's already been 7. So
Okay. Well, let's be praying for Joe's treatment to help relieve pain, as it was hopeful that it would do, and we'll see if it works out. But glad you're here and able to be in a place to be able to sing with us.
is my mic loud enough? Or
You
too
sound
loud?
great. You sound great here so far.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video, and then we'll go right to you after that, Joe.
Okay.
JM, if you want to share a video or if you want to sing, you are always welcome to.
You know what, Indy? Just perfect segue. There's actually something within the music industry that I wanted to share.
Okay.
It's not necessary right now, but I can kind of walk you and the audience through it in about 20 seconds and then see how you think how appropriate it is in due course.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and do a video, and then Joe, and then we'll go to you if you want to pull that up. That'd be great. I trust your judgment.
Yeah. Oh no, it's valuable information for any independent musician that is wanting to monetize or turn their love for music into a business. That's what it's about.
Mm-hmm.
I have some news to share later, so I'll tell
Good
you.
one, Andy.
Tell you after you do your song.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. This next song is an original by Can Collectibles, and this is his song Restraint. And I think there's a really great message in this, so make sure you're listening to the lyrics. Here we go.
I'm losing someone that I have not even met. Choosing not to speak so I won't have regrets. Don't trust myself not to say something that would hurt you. So I just move on, keep walking in the rain. I used to look through blue eyes filled with wonder. I wonder when the day was that they turned to gray. Tell me, tell me, tell me, so I don't have to make a choice. 'Cause when I use my voice, my words just bite me back. Tell me, tell me, tell me, so I don't have to make a choice. 'Cause when I use my voice, my words just bite me back.
Really beautifully done, Can. Love that. And I love how you kind of break the fourth wall to make your point there, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, really well done. Okay.
Beautiful song.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Joe, I have a favor to ask of you. Are you able to do 2 songs back to back?
Yeah.
Okay, that would be great. I have to run and do something for a few minutes, and so if you're able, I'm still going to be listening, but
Okay.
that would be fantastic.
Okay, just 1 second here.
Okay. Do you need me to share this song though?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I can still do that.
Okay, just a second. I had it up and then I did something and it disappeared on me. So
Okay.
Now I've got it.
All right. And then JM, when I get back, we will go into yours.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay, I shared it. It should show up. Oh, there it is.
Okay. Put this up and then I'll take it down. And there we go. And I'll be right back, but I'm listening.
All right. This is a song by a guy named Sean Rowe. And normally I sing really high songs. This is a really low song. So here we go. I love the message. I cannot say that I know you well, but you can't lie to me with all these books that you sell. I'm not trying to follow you to the end of the world. I'm just trying to leave something behind. Words have come from men and mouth. Oh, but I can't help thinking that I've heard the wrong crowd. When all the water is gone, my job will be too. I'm just trying to leave something behind. Oh, money is free, but love costs more than our breath. And the ceiling is hard to reach. All the future ahead is broken and red. And I'm trying to leave something behind. This whole world is a foreign land. We swallow the moon, but we don't know our own hand. Oh, we're running with the case, oh, but we ain't got the gold. And we're trying to leave something behind. My friends, I believe we are at the wrong fight, and I cannot read what I did not write. I've been to his house, oh, but the master is gone. But I'd like to leave something behind. Now there is a beast who has taken my blame. You can put me to bed, but you can't heal my pain. When the machine has taken the soul from the man, it's time to leave something behind. Oh, money is free, but love costs more than our bread. And the ceiling is hard to reach. All the future ahead is already dead. And it's time to leave something behind. Now I've got this feeling that I'm still at the shore, and pockets don't know what it means to be poor. I can get through the wall if you give me a door, so I can leave something behind. All wisdom is lost in the trees somewhere. Oh, you're not gonna find it in some mental gray hair. It's locked up from those who hurry ahead. And it's time to leave something behind. Oh, money is free, but love costs more than our bread. And the ceiling is hard to reach. When my son is a man, he will know what I meant. I was just trying to leave something behind. I was just trying to leave something behind. Okay. And if I need to do another song, I can.
I think you should. Yeah, she said do too.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
so I'm going to mute again.
Okay, she wanted me to do She asked me to do this song that I recorded just a couple days ago by George Michael. And so I'm going to sing that one. Okay. And it should be ready now.
I've had enough of danger and people on the streets. I'm looking out for angels, just trying to find some peace. Now I think it is time that you let me know. So if you love me, say you love me. But if you don't, just let me go. 'Cause teacher, there are things that I don't wanna learn. And the last one I had made me cry. So I don't want to learn to hold you, touch you, think that you're mine, because it ain't no joy for an uptown boy whose teacher has told him goodbye, 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 when you were just a stranger and I was at your feet. I didn't feel the danger. Now I feel the heat. That look in your eyes telling me no. So you think that you love me? Know that you need me? I wrote this song, I know it's wrong, just let me go. And teacher, there are things that I don't want to learn. Oh, the last one I had made me cry. So I don't want to learn to hold you, touch you, think that you're mine, because it ain't no joy for an uptown boy whose teacher has told him goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. So when you say that you need me, that you'll never leave me. I know you're wrong, you're not that strong. Let me go and teach her there are things that I still have to learn. But the one thing I have is my pride. Oh, so I don't want to learn to hold you, touch you, think that you're mine, because there ain't no joy for an uptown boy who just isn't willing to try. I'm so cold inside. Maybe just one more try.
Absolutely amazing, Joe. Both songs.
Thank you.
And thanks for singing that one. When you posted that, I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing.
Oh, thank you.
I love it. Fantastic.
Someone asked me to sing it, and I was like, I know the song, but I've never tried to sing it.
Well, I think I liked it better than the original, so well done.
Thanks.
That's a long time since I've heard that song. It's really good.
Well, George Michael sure had a voice.
Yeah, right? Mo, thank you again. Appreciate that. Yeah, everybody was feeling it. I like how you said, it's good when it stops the chat. Everybody's just paused to take it in. Yeah, that was awesome, Joe. Well done. And thanks for doing two in a row. I appreciate
no
that
problem.
too. Help me out for a second. That was great.
I don't mind helping.
Thank you. Okay, JM, you want to go ahead and tell us about...
Yeah, and I was thinking about, I'm not sure exactly what the best way to approach this is, but I only want to take up maybe 2 minutes of time on this. And it's because you've got so many fantastic independent musicians. As you know, I like to branch out into different communities, and I found another music community, and it's run by a lawyer.
Oh, okay.
So her YouTube channel, which is where I found her, I'm just sharing the screen now, is Top Music Attorney.
Awesome.
So
I can't tell, how many subs does she have? I'm curious.
143,000 subscribers, 1.8 thousand videos. And I did put a community post out for this last one here live. Collect royalties, start a label, my new music video. So she's also a musician. And the way I found her was actually because, as you know, I've been doing some AI music, and she's been exposing, like this one here, exposing AI creators and AI sampling. And in a recent live stream, I had mentioned that I believe the AI is actually going to start getting removed from a lot of the platforms.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah, and it's her that exposed that in this.
I stumbled on her myself when I was looking at stuff on YouTube.
Perfect, Joe. And that's like, I didn't know how to approach this. I wanted to actually first say, like, has anyone heard of Top Music Attorney? I'll drop the link if Indy or anyone else didn't.
Yeah, I found her accidentally, but I was real happy I found her.
Yeah, so it's not that I want to shout her out because we need to support her. It's because I think she's got extremely valuable information for any truly creative, independent musicians, not using AI, but like they're actual homegrown musicians that want to protect themselves moving forward. And I think by following this channel, you can save a heck of a lot of money on possible legal costs down the road just by setting yourself up properly.
That's true. And that ties in kind of with the news I didn't share yet about myself.
Okay.
I'm probably going to be returning back to school, and I'm going to study sound engineering.
Oh, awesome. Joe, that's great.
So I'm going to learn all the soundboards and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thanks, you guys. That's great. I love that that we're all about connecting, and I love that we might be able to, meet some new people over at Top Music Attorneys streams as well. In her community. That's great. And then it sounds like she has some good advice for people. That's awesome.
Yep. So then
And so
this
Miss
is
Crystal is the same person, right?
same person, but this is
Okay.
exclusively her music channel. And I did double check to see maybe we could share a little bit, but nope. Guess what? It's all copyrighted.
Oh wow.
Right. So it's all about monetizing, and like the key to it was she said she has so many people call her and say that they found people scalping and stealing their content, and that, they're like, I
Yeah.
want to sue them. And she consistently says you have to already be set up properly in order for me to go after them. And if you do set yourself up properly with your own label and you hire yourself under that label, then you're protected and you can go after, she did specifically say the $100,000, not preemptive, but it's a standard. Okay. But it's money that you can go after people if they are, diligently scalping your stuff.
Yeah.
And so the key is to protect yourself. So here's her music channel, and here 27,000 subscribers, 579 videos.
Wings of Pegasus has exposed some of that too, with the people stealing original artists' music.
Yeah,
And using AI images that look like some beautiful girls playing the guitar and stuff, and it's all the sound, all the song and everything is from an original artist.
Yeah. I mean, I know people who've had their music stolen as well.
Oh yeah.
So,
I'm worried about that because I'm starting to get into writing songs. So
yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to drop the two links. The first one is
I think
Top Music.
Anti already dropped the one to Top Music Attorney, but if
Okay.
you want to put in the other one in the regular chat, that would be great.
Okay.
Yeah, Wings of
good
Pegasus.
information.
Yeah, thank you, JM. It's
Yep,
awesome.
you're welcome.
Good looking out.
Yeah, like if I was a serious musician and I really wanted to be my own label and like really monetize and kick butt, I'd be watching a lot more of her content. I think I've maybe seen 7 or 8 live streams, 3 or 4 videos. But yeah, if you guys subscribe there, you may very well see me there in the future. And she turns these live streams off after to members only. So I actually got to see this without being a member.
Wow.
But there's going to be tons of good information there for anyone that wants to be on, ahead of the curve. So that was it.
That's great.
Very cool.
Very nice.
Thanks,
Okay.
guys.
Yeah, thanks, Jam. Appreciate that. Always looking out. Look at supporting people all the time. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull up another song here. This is by Linda Jean and Kid Kane, and it is Whiskey Nights. Here we go.
Sipping on this cup, I get lost in the mind. You keep melting on my worries tonight. Under this pale moonlight, and we'll be catching all our dreams. I'll sing songs of fame and fortune and fame, but tonight you make me feel alright. Let's get lost.
Let's get
together in these times. We all live in the rest of our lives.
Looking up at the moon, I get lost in my mind. You keep filling my heart tonight. Under this pale light, and we'll be catching all our dreams. I sing songs of love and blessings from above. And tonight you make me feel alive.
Let's get lost.
Let's get lost.
Whiskey night. Let's get lost.
Yeah, let's get lost.
Whiskey night. Let's get lost.
Let's get lost.
And every day
There's been a fire down inside of my soul. It's for you.
what can I do?
I feel these heartfelt desires around you,
And we'll be catching all our dreams. I'll sing songs of pain and fortune and fame. But tonight you make me feel alright. Let's get lost.
Let's get lost.
Whiskey night. Let's get lost.
Yeah, let's get lost.
Whiskey night.
There's been a fire down inside of my soul.
Really beautiful.
Very
to Kid
cool.
Kane and Linda Jean. Love that one. And Linda Jean, thanks for being here and asking me to play that because it is a great one. I posted the link to the videos on both of their pages. The one that says Kid Kane's first is on Kid Kane's channel, and the one that says Linda Jean first is on her channel.
I really loved how their voices sounded together.
Mhm. Yeah, I know. You guys both have very distinct voices in completely different ways, and I
But
love that you guys work so well as a collaboration. Beautiful.
they work
I hope you
well
guys are.
together.
I hope you'll be doing more in the future to both of you. All right. Okay, Joe, do you want sing another right away, or do you want me to play another song in between, or that is up to you?
I have a Rocky Mountain High ready if you want.
Oh, well, there you go. John Denver, say no more.
Yeah, let me share my screen. There it is.
I know there's some other people out here in chat that love John Denver too.
Oh, good.
I mean, not like it's, hard to find people that love John Denver, but who have a special love for him. So,
Right.
Mhm.
Okay, here we go. He was born in the summer of his 27th year, coming home to a place he'd never been before. He left yesterday behind him. You might say he was born again. You might say he found a key for every door. When he first came to the mountains, his life was far away, on the road and hanging by a song. But the string's already broken and he doesn't really care. It keeps changing fast and it don't last for long. And the Colorado Rocky Mountain High, I've seen it raining fire in the sky. The shadows from the starlight are softer than a lullaby. Rocky Mountain High, Rocky Mountain High.
He climbed cathedral mountains, he saw silver clouds below. He saw everything as far as you can see. And they say that he got crazy once and he tried to touch the sun. And he lost a friend but kept the memory. Now he walks in quiet solitude, the forest and the streams, seeking grace in every step he takes. His sight is turned inside himself to try and understand the serenity of a clear blue mountain lake. And the Colorado Rocky Mountain High, I've seen it raining fire in the sky. Talk to God and listen to the casual reply. Rocky Mountain High, Rocky Mountain High. Now his life is full of wonder, but his heart still knows some fear of a simple thing he cannot comprehend. Why they tried to tear the mountains down to bring in a couple more people, more scars upon the land. And the Colorado Rocky Mountain High, I've seen it raining fire in the sky. I know he'd be a poor man if he never saw an eagle fly. Rocky Mountain High, the Colorado Rocky Mountain High, I've seen it raining fire in the sky. Friends around the campfire and everybody's high. Rocky Mountain High, Rocky Mountain High, Rocky Mountain High, Rocky Mountain High.
Really love that, Joe.
Thank you.
That was fantastic. Joe Denver. And Linda Jean, I loved your comment. My mom and dad, but mostly my dad, loved John Denver, and I listened to John Denver albums all growing up.
I did too.
On vinyl, and he even recorded, like the big stereo system. He recorded the vinyl onto tapes, so I had like the vinyl scratch on the tapes, which I loved. But yeah, love that. And I know, like I said, I know there's some others in here that absolutely love John Denver too.
Yeah.
Yes, there we go. Blue says, Linda, he was my mom's favorite too. I can't sing it without getting upset.
Aw.
Right, or Neil Diamond. Yeah, beautifully done.
I like to sing Neil Diamond songs too.
There you go. You're just gonna get all the tears flowing over here, Joe.
Yeah.
Robert, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Linda Jean, I am so excited, and I saw others are as well, that you and Kid Kane have another song coming out next week. We will look forward to that. I probably will not be here next week, but I will make sure to add it to the playlist for whenever I return, and I'll be sure to listen to it way before I'm able to stream. So awesome. Very cool. Yes, that's funny. Yeah, Linda Jean. So we would listen to John Denver when we were heading to our cabin every summer. It's in Oregon, but we would always listen. It's in the mountains, and we would always listen to it. And I still do. My kids listen to. We have like a mix CD that I made a while back. It was a while back, but anyway, and I always listen to it on our way to our cabin. So lots of good memories.
Funny because his song "Country Roads" fits if you're in West Virginia.
Right? Yeah. Yep. Beautiful. Love his music. Yeah. Backstage, I shared a song of his. I can't play it, and I was going to look for a cover, but I don't know that a cover is really going to do it a ton of justice. It's not as well known. It's by John Denver, and it's called "Whose Garden Is This?" And it's a beautiful song, and it makes you really think. I always thought of it from kind of more the kind of green agenda viewpoint, but listening to it now, I think there's a lot of significance to it. So it's a great one to check out, you guys, if you haven't heard it. I might share it. I might share it sometime if I can find a good cover of it to play. All right. Oh, darn. Well, I'm sorry that I won't be here, Linda Jean, and I'm glad that you'll get it out anyway. And I will make sure, though, that we share it around, and I'll put it in my post tab. And then for sure, I'll be playing it as soon as I can when I get back. Maybe by then you'll be able to come up and join me, or Kid Kane as well. I would love to have you guys up here to talk with you both about your music, especially if we could do it all together. I think that'd be really cool. But no pressure. And thanks for sharing your music with us. Appreciate that. Yeah, Rune, Annie's song. That's a favorite for many. Mm-hmm.
Tess is in the audience.
Oh yeah, Tess. Good to see you. Much love to you. Thanks for being here.
She's
Hugs
my
to you as
bestie
well.
in Australia.
Yeah, Tess has an amazing voice, and she's a beautiful soul.
Yes.
As well. Right? I know, Blue. It's my favorite place on earth, I have to say. And it makes me sigh a lot too. It's pretty amazing. It's a special place. It's been in my family for a very long time, and well, I don't want to dox anything, but yeah, it's beautiful. It's just a simple cabin. It's kind of what you picture when you picture a cabin in the woods. Wouldn't be anything special except that it absolutely is. So yeah, pretty cool place to have as a family. Love to you too, Linda Jean. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, that would be great. Yeah, we'll figure out a time that works for sure. Yeah. And Jude, I saw you come in earlier. Much love to you. Thanks for being here. I'm glad that you're here with us tonight. I really enjoy when you sing, Jude. And Jude, just so you know, the link is pinned at the top of the chat if you do want to come up and sing. We probably have about a half hour left before we'll end the stream and go backstage for a little bit. But anybody who wants to come up, all are welcome. Don't feel like you need a personal invite. The link is pinned for everyone. As long as I know you in any way, shape, or form, you're familiar to me, then you are welcome to come up. Pendar, much love. Thanks for being here.
Hey, long time no see, Pendar. It's been weeks since I've seen her.
A week.
Several weeks.
Have you been busy gaming, Pendar?
She must be busy.
Mm-hmm. We played, Pendar, I played a song that 15th did that has the Elden Ring. Is that the name of the game? That I think is one that you play too. And I thought of you, Pendar, so I'm glad you're here.
I think she played EverQuest.
EverQuest. Yeah, that's right. Okay, might not be the same. I am not a gamer, so there you go.
Me either.
Yeah. I stopped around like Super Nintendo. Maybe a little Wii. All right. Oh, awesome. Jude, good. I'm glad you came up. Thanks for joining.
Oh, yeah.
Good to see you.
Good to see you again.
Yeah.
Yeah, he came up near the end of Carol and Tessa's show.
Awesome. Yeah, I know how things work out. And, there's others that stream during this time too. And it just stinks because we can't all be everywhere at once. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Carol and Tess, you guys are both wonderful. And I'm sad to miss it that we stream at the same time, but I'm glad to catch you other times when you are live as well. And nothing but support for you both. Much love. All right. Well, Jude, if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and pull up one more video and then go to you right after that.
Sounds good.
All right, great. Okay. This is by Take Two Drum Covers, and it's a cover of Judas Priest's Living After Midnight. Take Two is awesome. He supports a ton of different channels and communities in the chat, hanging out and everything, and he's a great musician as well. So I'm glad to share this out. Here we go. All right. Love that cover by Take Two Drum Covers. Fantastic.
Yeah, that was good.
And absolutely anti. He says, DF, if you know, you know. And we do know. So much love. And that also made me think of something I want to share. And with everything going on, I am really sorry that I wasn't able to put together something. I'm hoping I still will be able to at some point for in memory of him and to honor him. But for many of us who knew Dangerous Freedom, a lot of that community, we also knew Truth with Tom. And Tom was one of the best of us. Oh, I didn't think I'd get choked up. Tom always had a smile, had a smile for everyone. And there are some things I do hope to share out, but I have a couple shorts with him. And one was kind of a tense moment, actually, but I thought it was a really beautiful moment. It was kind of a sort of a misunderstanding that happened between him and someone else that was in the chat who came up and confronted him on panel. And it was a really beautiful moment because they both were open to hearing the other person's perspective and able to see things eye to eye in the end. And that was something that I really loved about Tom. He really wanted to understand understand people and he wanted to listen. And, he was very patriotic and held strong beliefs that I agreed with a lot of them. And I love him to pieces, and he'll be really missed by so many of us. And for those who know, he actually suffered a stroke several months ago, and he's had a long road that he was really, fighting and struggling a lot. And it ended up that he had cancer and ended up passing from complications with the cancer. So I think most people here already knew. There is a community post on my channel, and I know Camo Carl and a few others had shared outposts too. If you want to leave a comment or read what others have commented, kind of being together, part of this community. And Tom, you are missed, and I'm glad to know that you were in a better place. We don't mourn for where you are, but we mourn for missing you. So much love, Truth with Tom. And prayers for his wife, Laura, are appreciated. People,
Yeah.
even when they're, when they can of it's never easy to deal with. And there's always, a struggle of, everybody knows who's lost someone they loved. And I've not lost a spouse, but I can imagine. And we're praying for you, Laura, and for all of Tom's loved ones.
Well said.
All right.
Well said.
Thank you. Okay. For those of you who did know Tom, if you want to shout out anything in the chat too, of course, you are welcome to. And hugs to all who did know him. All right. Okay, Jude. We are to you. Divergent, it's good to see you here, by the way. Lisa, thank you for all your help. Much appreciated and love you tons. Nanya, it's good to see you. All right.
So,
Okay, Joe or Jude, do you need to share a screen for music?
I do not. I got a choice for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
When you say nothing at all, or the Battle Hymn of the Republic.
Ooh, I think let's do the Battle Hymn of the Republic. And that kind of just seems fitting for Tom.
Yeah, it does.
Actually. So that's pretty perfect there.
I had it pulled up already. I wasn't planning on it, and then when I
Yeah.
did that, I was like,
Yeah, thank you. That's perfect. I like when things work out like that. Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely, Pendar. Pendar says tomorrow, June 8th, is the anniversary of the attack on the USS Liberty. And yes, I would love to talk with you about that, Pendar. Yeah, that the USS Liberty, for anyone who doesn't know, is a really interesting story. And I do hope to do a stream focusing on that sometime in the not too distant future. But in the meantime, it's a great rabbit hole to go down. And I wouldn't even say it's a rabbit hole. It's a real important thing for people to know more about, because it's a part of our country's history that has been suppressed. So thank you, Pendar, for sharing that out. June 8th. Please be keeping the survivors of the USS Liberty and those impacted by the losses of those who gave their all in a horrible way in your prayers. Appreciate that. Okay. All right, Jude, ready when you are. Let me put you up here. Yeah, I didn't know if you'd want me to say Pendar. There you go.
Eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
Well done.
Beautiful, Jude. That was great.
Oh yeah, it sounded like he was in an amphitheater with
Yeah.
Yeah.
The sound on that was just really beautiful.
Everybody in the audience said they were singing with you.
I love that. I love when we have
Thank
chat
you.
sing-alongs.
I
Yeah.
hope it wasn't too loud.
No,
Tess,
it sounded.
Tess didn't know why she was singing it because she's Australian.
Thank you, Blue, for the information you're sharing too. For those who might not know the story of the USS Liberty, appreciate that. Sherry, much love to you. Yeah, absolutely great voice. Yes, and as Anti said, thank you all, combat and rescue deployed veterans. You were appreciated and loved. Okay, thank you so much, Jude. Are you able to stick around for a little bit?
Oh yeah.
Okay, fantastic. All right, Nanya, let's do this, America. I'm all in, Nanya. It's good to see you here. Yeah, fantastic. There you go, America. Nice guy here. All right. Okay, Joe, are you ready for another?
Well, I had put in the private chat if
Oh.
you a link for a
Missed it.
video I wanted you to play
Okay,
instead of me
yeah.
singing live.
Okay, perfect. Do you want to say anything about this while Brand's pulling that
Yeah,
up?
this is a song that Tess asked me to learn, and I had never heard it before. But originally, it was sung by Kelly Clarkson and James Arthur. It's called
What is-
"From the Jump."
From the Jump. Is it okay for me to share this link
Yeah.
in the chat? Okay,
Yeah.
From the Jump. All right, awesome. Here we go.
Right from the jump, I was addicted, I was hooked on you like July is to the sun. You're the one that I prayed for my life, and then you arrived. It's amazing how the time flies by. Do you remember, my baby? Take me back to the summer breeze. We were sleeping out by the willow trees. It was the first time you laid your head on my chest. It was a night I will never forget. That's when I told you on a Friday night, you're always gonna have this heart of mine. I just want to spend forever with you.
I know this sounds cliche, but I was in love with you from the first sight, like a moth drawn to a flame. And I know
In another life, I would find you and hold you. Remember, I told you I'd never let go, baby. Take me back to the summer breeze. We were sleeping out by the willow trees. It was the first time you laid your head on my chest. It was a night I will never forget. That's when I told you on a Friday night, you're always gonna have this heart of mine. Wherever we go, whatever we do, I just want to spend forever with you. So get on your favorite dress, let's fly back to the place we met. I knew I'd die for you right from the dawn. So take me back to the summer breeze, sleeping out by the willow trees. It was the first time you laid your head on my chest. It was a night I will never forget. That's when I told you on a Friday night, you're always gonna have this heart of mine. Wherever we go, whatever we do, I just want to spend forever with you. Oh. You're always gonna have this heart of mine. Right from the jump, right from the jump, right from the jump.
Really beautiful, Joe and Tess. I love your voices together. Really beautiful.
I think that song just has such great lyrics in them.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that was really nice. Thank you to everybody coming in. Brian and Rainer, good to see you both. Appreciate you being here. If you could drop or both of their channels, but Rainer has an amazing channel with a lot of great sax, which is always kind of fun to say. Go check it out. Really talented musician, and I don't think I'll get to share any of your songs tonight, Rainer, but I will be adding you to my playlist for the future for sure. All right. Okay. Yeah, well done. Pendar, much love to you. Thanks for being here, and we'll talk soon, sis. All right. Oh, I love that, Linda Jean. She says, thanks for the chat and the music. Feeling less alone. Feeling the love. Good luck with your move, Indy. You must go feed horses and turn in. Good night, all. Good night to you, Linda Jean, and much love to you also. And yeah, isn't it great to be able to get together here like this? I mean, really, I always enjoy it when we do. And I know I'm going to be missing you guys while I'm busy running amok. So stay tuned and, be seeing when we'll be here live again together. Okay. Had a carrot carrying your love with me vibe. Yeah, I can hear that, Nanya. Feel that a little bit too. Like that. Okay, great. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up another song, and then we'll go to you, Jude. It's got a short rotation. That's great. We have just a little bit of time left, but definitely a few more songs to get through. I want to make sure I share. All right, awesome. Yeah, go check out Brian's channel. He shows a lot of wonderful nature and a really calm channel with lots of great content. Go check him out as well. Thanks for being here, Brian. Okay, all right. This next song is by Mountain Man. I hope you're still here, Mountain Man. And this is his song, Believe. Here we go.
Never could be what you wanted of me, and I never could see anything that was wrong. The way I was, the way I am, on, it's just the way I am. So listen real closely and I'll spin you a yarn about the way it was, the way it will be when tomorrow comes for you and me. Just give me some love and a little belief, and I'll take you to places that you never seen before you were hanging with me. I wanna make you feel so fine, let you know that you are mine. I need you right here by my side. From my love you never need to hide. Believe in me, I believe in you. Believe in me, I believe in you. Believe in me, I believe in you. Won't you believe in me? I believe in you. Try to hear what I say and think about it a while. And then decide if you like my style. 'Cause that's the way I am, the way I'll be. Might make you laugh and I might make you cry, but I'll give you some love that you just don't find. Every day and night, I'll do it right. I got no money, I got no prospects, but I got me something that's better than sex. Believe in me, just wait and see. I wanna control you, just let you be free, let you be just who you want to be. 'Cause I believe in you, believe in me. Together we could be so fine. We'll have sweet loving all the time. And I need you right here by my side. From my love you never need to hide. Believe in me, I believe in you. Believe in me, I believe in you. Believe in me, I believe in you. Won't you believe in me? I believe in you. Won't you believe in me? I believe in you.
Beautiful. Love that, Mountain Man. Very nicely done.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah. I need to be checking out more of your music, Mountain Man. I've been subbed to you for a little while, and I have heard a few of your songs. And I was listening as I was going through some of them, but you have a lot there, and I know there's some other gems hidden in there. So wonderful.
It was great.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Much love, Mo, or is it Tate? I'm not sure which one is going, but much love to both of you. Thanks for being here. I think I missed it. All right, just catching up here in the chat. Yeah, that was awesome. I agreed. Right, Nanya? This dude has it, whatever it is. I agree. That was fantastic. All right, good. Glad you're still here, Mountain Man. I was hoping that you were. Okay. All right, Jude, we are to you.
I got a song for Tess,
Oh, nice.
so she doesn't feel left out with the last one I did.
came from the dreamtime, from the dusty red soil plains. I am the ancient heart, the keeper of the flame. I stood upon the rocky shore, I watched the tall ships come. For 40,000 years I've been the first Australian. I came upon the prison ship, bound down by iron chains. I fought the land, endured the lack, and waited for the rains. I'm a settler, I'm a farmer's wife, on a dry and barren run. A convict, then a free man, I became Australian. I'm a daughter of a digger who saw the mother low. The girl became a woman on the long and dusty road. I'm a child of the Depression, I saw the good times come. I'm a bushie, I'm a battler, I am Australian. We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We'll share a dream and sing with one voice. I am, you are, we are Australians. I'm a teller of stories, I'm a singer of songs. I'm Albert Namparija, and I paint the ghostly guns. I'm Clancy on his horse, I'm Ned Kelly on the run. I'm the one who walks Matilda, I am Australian. I'm the hot wind from the desert, I'm the black soil of the plain. I'm the mountains and the valleys, I'm the drought and flooding rain. I am the rock, I am the sky, the rivers when they run. The spirit of this great land, I am Australian. We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We'll share the dream and sing with one voice. I am, you are, we are Australian. We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We'll share a dream and sing with one voice. I am, you are, we are Australia. I am, you are, we are Australia.
Fantastic.
Really beautiful, Jude. That was fantastic. Yeah. Really beautifully done. I like all the people coming out in the chat appreciating it too.
Hey,
Of course, Tess loves that song.
Mhm.
And his audio's dialed right in too, like the
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounded great.
Yeah, sounds like he's in a nice big stadium.
Yeah, really nice. Jude, do you have, I know, I think last time I checked, you didn't have content on your channel, but do you have that song up on yours?
I do not have that one, but I have 6 other ones, I think.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you're starting to put some content out. That is fantastic. Well, I think I can say that is a request if you want to put a cover of that up. That would be
Right.
great. Yeah. Take a bow, Jude. That's what Tess says.
I'd heard him sing it at least one other time, and I was in love with it the first time I heard him sing it.
Right. Yeah, I have heard you sing that one before, and it is wonderfully done. I'm glad, Jude, you have a beautiful voice. There's something really unique quality to your voice. It's really, it's very calming. I heard others say the same thing,
Mhm.
and very, just really clear. So I really enjoy listening to you sing. Glad you're up here.
Oh yeah. Thank you for having me up here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Algo says, yeah, put that up, please. That one was epic, Nanya says. Yeah, he does. I agree. Okay. All right. Okay, we're gonna go to, let me see here. Okay, good. Perfect. That's what I was hoping. All right, this is a song from Jam Unleashed. Jam, do you want to tell us anything about this before we play it?
Sure, just quick. As you know, I've been dabbling with different genres of music. And one of my favorite genres is just like relax music and sleep music, especially for if I'm dog sitting, when I've got to go out and you just want the dogs to relax. And so that sort of inspired this. But it's just a great song for relaxing and chilling, maybe even meditating,
Okay. When I'm all stressed out in the next couple weeks, I might have to come back and listen to this. I might need to make a Ebb the Flow playlist, Jam.
There you go.
All right, awesome. Okay, here we go. Ebb the Flow.
The air fills my lungs as I fall free. Oxygen inside, healing me. Ebb and let me go. Ebb and flow, soft and slow. Waves wash away what weighs me down. Finding peace as I rebound. Ebb and flow, let me go. Ebb and flow, soft and slow. Floating far beyond the shore, sinking deep into the cold, rising up, breaking free. Finally, I can breathe. Ebb and flow, let me go. Ebb and flow, soft and slow. The air
as I fall free.
Really beautifully done, JM. And it definitely is calming, especially with
Yeah.
that video. Great.
It had an ebb and flow to it.
Velcros.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nice for just relax.
Yeah, the two black birds that were stuck together, they were Velcros.
That large
Okay.
one that was flying, that was a hornbill.
I
there we
planted
go.
some bird seed. I'm waiting to see what kind of birds grow.
Right?
Mhm. Hey, Garrett. Good to see you.
That was
Okay.
pretty.
It was definitely and very calming. I liked it a lot. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video here. This is by Blue Unicorn. And he likes to play songs and blue unicornize them, as I say, make them his own. He does covers. He does plenty of original music, too, for anyone who doesn't know Blue. But he does covers, and it's kind of like a guessing game if you can figure out what the song is. So this is Everyone Knows This Song and How. All right. Here we go.
Here's one we all know and how. I remember when I lost my mind. There was something so special about that day. Even your emotions had an echo in so much space. When you're out there without care, I was out of touch. But it wasn't because I didn't know enough. I just knew too much. Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Possibly. I hope that you're having the time of your life. But think twice. It's my only advice. And who do you think you are? Ha ha ha! Bless your soul. Really think you're in control? No, 'cause I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. Just like me. Just like me. Just like me. Just like me. Well, my heroes had the heart to lose their lives out on a limb. And all I remember, I wanna be like them. Ever since I was little, I looked like fun. And it's no coincidence I've come. And I can die when I'm done. But maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. Probably. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. Just like you.
Love it, Blue.
That was
Blue,
great.
I love how you make songs your own, and that's a great song anyway, but I love how you Blue Unicornized it for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Learned it in a day.
All right, Fran. What'd you say, Jay? I'm sorry.
And he learned it in one day.
I know, that's awesome.
Really? That's incredible.
Yeah. Thanks for sending that to me, Blue. That's awesome. Great song to share. Brand says, I usually get this song stuck in my head in parking lots specifically. I don't know what that means. Right. Yeah, that was awesome. Exactly, JM.
I guess it's better than just plain being stuck in a parking lot.
Right. Right. Good call. Silver lining, Joe. I like it. Yeah, it was awesome. I agree. Pat, much love to you. I saw you come in earlier. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I hope everybody's doing well tonight too. It's been a good night. It's gone so fast being shorter.
Yeah.
These shorter streams like fly.
Yeah.
I like that, like 4.5 hours is short, but shorter.
Well,
Yeah, you did a
normally
great job.
you do music a lot longer.
Yeah, well, it's been whatever's the first half usually ends up going longer. It's just it's hard to wrap it up, whether it's music or conversation
Yeah, that's
usually.
true. I could see
Yeah. Okay, make sure that you're subbed up, you guys. Support each other and go check out more of Blues music. Oh, didn't mean to do that. There we go. Okay, all right, Joe, you are up next. Thank you
Okay.
for doing this song. This is another one kind of in honor of Tom.
Yeah, this is in honor of Tom. I appreciate you letting me sing this. Spend all your time waiting for that second chance, for a break that would make it okay. There's always some reason to feel not good enough, and it's hard at the end of the day. I need some distraction, oh, beautiful release. Memories seep from my veins. Let me be empty and weightless, and maybe I'll find some peace tonight in the arms of the angel. Fly away from here, from this dark, cold hotel room, and the endlessness that you fear. You are pulled from the wreckage of your silent reverie. You're in the arms of the angel. May you find some comfort here. So tired of the straight line, and everywhere you turn, there's vultures and thieves at your back, and the storm keeps on twisting. You keep on building the lies that you make up for all that you lack. It don't make no difference escaping one last time. It's easier to believe in this sweet madness, oh, this glorious sadness that brings me to my knees in the arms of the angel. Fly away from here, from this dark, cold hotel room, and the endlessness that you feel. You are pulled from the wreckage of your silent reverie. You're in the arms of the angel. May you find some comfort here.
Thank you, Joe. That was really
You're
beautiful.
welcome. Thank you.
Awesome.
Rest in peace, Truth with Tom.
Yes. Rest in peace.
Right. Yeah. She wrote it with love and he nailed it. Absolutely, Nanya. Lovely indeed. Awesome, Mountain Man. Glad you got that link. Right. Sherry says, who the hell stole my Kleenex? Right. I snuck in a hug there, Imir. Catch that? You catch that? Oh, I like that, Anti. I love you in a place where there's no space and time. I love you, for in my life you are a friend of mine. Beautiful. All right. Take it. Okay. Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful. Agreed, Sherry. Voices don't lie. I like that.
There's Kelly. I bring it.
Oh, good to see you, Kelly. How are you doing? I come by and lurk sometimes at your streams, Kelly. I know sometimes I come in, but sometimes I just come lurk and listen for a little bit. Love what you're doing on your channel.
You know, she likes to knit.
Yeah.
I told her I dated a girl that used to knit, and she was also a stand-up comedian, so she was literally a nitwit.
I knew that joke was coming. I knew something like that was coming, Joe. That was awesome. All right. Jude, did you want to do one more? And then we'll do a final song to kind of wrap things up. Debbie, much love to you. Good to see you here.
I can do that.
Okay. Fantastic.
I got a question.
Yes. Nitwit.
You guys might know him. His name is Billy Gilman.
Billy Gilman. I know that name, and I'm not placing what
I've
he sings.
sung 2 of his songs.
What song?
He was a child star. He hit it big in the country when he was like 12 years old.
What was the song that he was really well known for? I can almost picture him.
One Voice.
Okay, yeah.
One voice was heard.
Yes, that's right. I love that song.
Yeah.
But yeah.
He joined, he's older now, but he joined
right, Sherry, always
Home
from Joe.
Free, and Home Free did a new version of that song, and it's great.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely great.
The other thing is,
I love that, Nanya.
when he grew up, a couple years ago, I think it was, he was actually on The Voice.
Oh, okay.
It might have been a little more than 2 years ago.
Might have been a little more.
Yeah.
But he was on The Voice, and I think he came in 2nd or 3rd place.
Mm-hmm.
But I have
Here's
one
for her,
voice that I had pulled up, or Oklahoma.
Oh, that's another good one of his.
All right, go for it, Jude.
Either one of them.
Yeah. Oh, good night, Tess. Much love to you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
I didn't eat dinner either.
Some kids have and some kids don't. Some of us are wondering why. And Mom won't watch the news that night. There's too much stuff that's making you cry. We need some help. Thousand prayers, a million words, but one voice was heard. A house, a yard, a neighborhood where you could ride your new bike to school. be the golden rule. Life's not that simple. Down here or down, a thousand prayers, a million words, but one voice was heard. One voice, one soul, all no one can say. One dream can change the world. Be till you find your way. Yesterday while walking home, saw some kid on Newberry Road. Pulled a pistol from his bag and tossed it in the river below. Thanks for
Really beautiful, Jude.
Yeah. Really
You
pretty.
have a great voice. Very beautiful. Yeah, thank you, Joe, for the link. I shared that in the chat.
Thanks.
Here's a link for Home Free, singing One Voice with Billy Gilman.
Yeah,
Very
it's
nice.
really an amazing video.
Hey, Nicole, good to see you. Thanks for
And
being
it
here.
draws attention to mental health and all that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here says I'm gonna need a dose of heavy metal after this.
That's which is
Close,
kind of fitting
close. No,
because
not quite heavy metal.
this
I
month
feel the
is
same way when I hear too much mariachi music.
What were you gonna say, Jude?
this month is actually Men's Mental Health Month.
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. That makes sense for Father's Day coming up and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. All right, you guys. Well, I think we are to our final song for the night. Thank you so much to everybody who has been here tonight throughout the night for conversation, for music. I'm sorry that it was a shorter stream. It really did fly by. And for anybody who might not have heard, with our move and everything coming up, I will likely not be streaming for the next couple weeks. I'm not sure exactly when I will be back, but I will post on my community tab and or post tab or whatever it's called now. And try to let people know, get them posted as soon as I do know that I'll be back. I will be back on Friday, same time and everything. And if I can, I might do a couple pop-ups here and there. I know I still owe you guys a Go Ask Indy. I haven't forgotten. And I have some things, planned for a bunch of them, but, time and space and all of that jazz. But yeah, thank you again to everybody for being here. And thanks for all of your guys' support. I'm really just glad to have this community. I really am. And I hope you all know how much you mean to me and how much I love each of you. And I will miss you guys while I'm away, but I'll still be around and see you guys everywhere too. So, All right. Any final thoughts from up on panel before I play this last song?
just try to show love to those around you, and be a light in the darkness.
Right. I like that. Good one, Joe.
I like that too. I'll pass and just amplify what Joe said. Agreed 100%.
Right. Love that. Oh, Nenya, I'd love for you to come up and sing if you sing. That'd be great. Some
Yeah.
other time. We can't do it tonight, but I would love for you to some other time. You're always welcome to join. We're usually here every Friday, but we're taking a little hiatus. Yep.
I'll be praying for your move.
Thank you. Yeah, prayers are very much appreciated. So thank you very much for that. All right. Okay, this final song is a cover of Wicked Game by Rune Svensson. Not quite heavy metal, but kind of along those lines. Great song. Here we go.